Welcome to National Track Series. We're just going to be slightly delayed. They've just had to work on the timing tape for the pursuits. So Russell Mann, technical experts doing lots of stuff today with his daughter Sarah, is working away on that. Hey, so we'll just call out and thank sponsors and bits and pieces, give you an overview of the program and those side of things. So we're going to be up with para individual pursuits early on. And we've got, how many heats are those we've got to go through? 1, 2, so just 2 heats, so that'll be over and done with reasonably quickly. And then we've got a massive chunk of sprint qualifying. So we've got 30 sprinters qualifying, which is great to see such good numbers, because there's a good number of the senior ones who have either just come back from overseas or have been really sick with winter illnesses in the last week or so that are not racing. After that, we'll get into the qualifying for the endurance, so women's and men's qualifying, and that'll move in for a Madison for them later on. So morning program in theory concludes around about 2 o'clock. Hey, so sponsors this weekend, so shout out to Trillion Trust, putting their support towards this event and their generosity. Thank you to them. Haraway Rolled Oats are providing free oat sachets to all the riders over the weekend, so I'm sure they'll stock up on those. Big thank you to Fresh Choice in Leamington, here in Cambridge. So Fresh Choice Leamington. So they're providing a shared lunch, a new feature being done this year. So big shared lunch, so we appreciate their support. And there is a whole lot of oranges, there'll be mandarins and apples and bits and pieces down there for the riders to be able to help themselves to already. So thank you, Fresh Choice, for doing that. And finally, of the minor sponsors, thank you to Velobike for their support in providing us with some awesome prizes to give out over the weekend. Now, main naming sponsor for this weekend is Landmark Homes, and I've just been talking to Jack, who's recently left Cycling New Zealand and moved across to the Landmark Homes Waikato franchise. So you all know the line, don't build a home, build a landmark. So thank you to them for supporting this first NTS round this weekend. It's great to have local businesses like that supporting the cycling community. Jack, manager there, has a history with Cycling New Zealand, so he was one of the development coaches. So he was the para development coach for the last 3 years, and only leaving a couple of months ago to go to Landmark. So we're getting the start gates in position now, so we should be away for the first of these para individual pursuits. I've just got 2 on my list. I suspect they're going to do them as separate heats, the way this reads. Velodrome's quite pleasant. It's not like coming in here in the middle of summer. You don't have to worry about shorts and jandals today. I don't know, it's a pleasant 20-something degrees, but it's not boiling in here. Cycling New Zealand have tried a big initiative of dropping the entry fee phenomenally to try and boost numbers. So literally, if you haven't heard, they've dropped it a whole lot from when I think it used to be about 120 a series. I think it's only 10 a series now, which is a big change. But I'm not sure, unfortunately, that they've quite got the numbers boost they've seen. Obviously, it's tricky for this one. Comes straight after North Island school road racing, North and South Island's track road racing for a lot of the riders at both ends of the country. So big thank you to Damien and VeloX for putting the live coverage together. It's always great for this to be provided, for the riders to look at the replays later, but also for friends and family who can't be here when this is, a long way away, or they've got to work, all those sorts of things, who are able to come along and, to the live stream and enjoy what's going on.
Pilot is Paul Johnson. The back straight, Unity Collins, and Amy Firm is the pilot. Furman.
So it looks like on the back straight, Unity Collins in Morrinsville team kit is going to be set up over there, and her pilot is Kerin Andrew. And on the front straight here is Emma Foy, with Michael Whitaker. And very generously, Jack from Landmark, he's going to help out with doing the Kerin motorbike tomorrow morning for a chunk, because the only other person authorised to be able to use the motorbike that is here this weekend is Damien, who we need to push buttons on the live stream. So that's with a number of the Cycling New Zealand staff on a plane today, I think it is, heading over to Glasgow for the Commonwealth Games later on this month. So this race is over 4 kilometres or 16 laps. We've seen Unity Collins on the track for the last couple of years. And Karen's been her partner over that time.
So remember, Kerin Andrew, Paul Johnson on the front straight, Unity Collins, Amy Thurman on the back straight. And they're away. Looks like the start's okay for both teams.
So those tandems are tricky to get away.
So they'll roll away, get up to speed as quickly as they can and try and hold that speed. No doubt they'll have a time they want to reach. You'll see the callers on each end of the track on the corners, calling out the times. So that'll be their lap times. So coming through, it's pretty even at this stage.
So we're on, camera is on Kerin Andrew at the moment. Head down, tucked in, behind his navigator in front. Ignore the lap board you can see at the moment. That is the race lap board, not the number of laps to go in this race. They're going to come round to get 13 to go this time. We've got a couple of other tandems lined up here that I don't have on my start sheet, I can see. So we will get some more of the power riders out there. So very even front straight with Kerin leading ever so slightly at the moment. So still very, very even, not quite at the halfway mark yet. So just focusing on Kerin Andrew at the moment in the blue. Pushing really hard behind his lead rider. You're about to reach the halfway mark. So just trying to hold that aero position, stay on the black line around the corners, keep that speed up, not get too enthusiastic and push it over. Mark is calling them on this side. And they're starting to close in on Unity Collins on the back straight now that you can't see on the camera. So continue to see Andrew come around. Sean, should we pick up Unity for a bit when you've got a minute? So I've been focusing on the tandem on the front straight. We're now going to pick up the tandem on the back straight. So this is Unity Collins and her lead rider Kerin. So Unity, young lady from Morrinsville, visually impaired, hence why she's on the tandem. She's been enjoying her cycling and building up for the last few years. The Morrinsville club has pulled a good group of support around a number of para riders, which is great to see. So they're going to come round in a second and get 2 laps to go, so just on 500 metres to go. So out of sight, Kerin Andrew. They're maybe 20 metres up, a little bit in front. You can see the times there as they're going through just in front. They're going to get the bell this time. See they are getting the bell, going through, just 250 metres to go for them. On the back straight, it does look like Unity Collins and her teammate are pushing a little bit harder, trying to pick up that pace for their last lap, finishing strongly. So first of our teams comes across. Kerin Andrew, they finished in a time of 5:48. And on the back straight, very close, really brought it in at the end there, Unity Collins. Just 3 seconds behind at 5:51. So we'll just let these tandems unwind, get their speed off, and then we'll see the next 2 teams coming out. So Paul Johnson was guiding Kerin Andrews on the front straight, and on the back straight, Amy Finn. Apologies, I think I might have thought a different name. Anyway, Amy Furman, sorry, was team pilot on the back straight. And team pilots we're going to see helping out this time. Jesse Hodges is going to be riding the front of the tandem on the front straight, and Dan Gardner is going to be riding the front of the tandem on the back straight. So we're going to see a real pickup in speed, jumping to these more elite riders. Emma Foy on the front straight. She's been riding really strongly for a while. You can see her in the light blue New Zealand kit there, just getting organised to get on her bike. They're both running double discs, front and back straight. And I think you'll see the lead rider using the aero bars as well. So Emma Foy and her pilot Jesse Hodges jumping on the front straight in that light blue New Zealand kit. In the back straight, Michael Whitaker, so he is our sight-impaired para rider who's going to be in position 2, and leading him Dan Gardner, who runs the shop here at the velodrome and coaching and other track services. Previous Tour of Southland winner, he is going to be the pilot for Michael Whitaker. So I'm potentially going to see a couple of very fast times. These tandems are a little bit tricky to get sorted in the start gate, so they're just sorting out Emma's bike, whether it's not quite gripping in correctly. Cycling New Zealand mechanic and coaches helping out there. Brendan Cameron is the head of the New Zealand paracycling program, so he's the one down in the black puffer vest. James, the development sprint coach, just helping him move that start gate into the right position. Back straight. Dan Gardner, Michael Whitaker, they are all set to go. Front straight set now as well. Just finalising the shoe straps on the front straight. So as they get organised, hey, so big shout out to all those people who are here. On top of all the paid staff, there's all the volunteers. So there's all the commissaires in the white shirts running around. Obviously lots of parents, coaches and managers helping out. The staff from Cycling New Zealand, Sarah and Russell Mann, the Elusive Man team running all the timing system and everything. Both tandems are away cleanly, front straight particularly cleanly. The ladies have obviously done that many times before. Anyway, we're focused on the back straight at the moment on the camera. So you've got Michael Whitaker powering Dan Gardner in the front up to speed there. So 26-second opening lap for the ladies. They have opened up a gap on the back. But I'm sure Dan Gardner and Michael, they're in white on the camera at the moment, will bring that back. So Emma 4 going through 6.4, so that'll be a 16.4 second lap for them. You can see they're just a fraction front at the moment after that fast start they put out. So 6.3, being piloted really well by Jessie. Those ladies in the blue running very, very nice lines. Very hard job to pilot a tandem around here. So staying on 6.3, staying running beautiful lines for ladies. This is the boys coming around now. Now on equal terms effectively. You can see them there just drifting up onto the red again, giving away sort of a metre every corner or so. So Dan Gardner and Michael in shot now, rolling really quickly. So Michael Whitaker now leading. So very fancy, very stiff carbon tandems. Allow a lot of power to be able to put down. The ladies just doing another 16.5 lap. Michael looks good and stable, pedalling behind Dan there. Ladies continue to be about 16.5 second laps. They're at the halfway mark when they come round this time. Not that one, but the next time they'll cross. The ladies just drifting off after their really quick start. They're at about 16.8 seconds at the moment. Still looking pretty strong, riding really good lines. Only got 6 laps to go as they come past the start-finish line for them now. No, just so well trained in here. Look at the lines they're running. Strong calls, holding good aero position. Emma Foy and Jessie Hodges looking very smooth in that blue. But the boys are catching them. They're about 50 metres in front. Dan will be able to see them on the straights right now. They're tracking into them. You can now see them both in camera shot pretty quickly. So Michael Whitaker pushing really strongly with Dan Gardner. They're going to put down a really quick time here. They would like to make a pass on a straight, but it's not going to happen. Going to have to go the long way around on a corner. So you see the stronger boys, more testosterone, pushing in front now. So Michael Whitaker riding really well, but super impressed how Emma Foy is riding as well in the New Zealand blue kit. So you can see Michael Whitaker working really hard here as they get the bell to go through. So they're in their final lap now, the team in white. Ladies just doing 7-1, so maintained that sort of 16-second, just dropping it for the last lap. So the boys swing up. The ladies are going to come around to finish their time. So we're looking 4:25, Michael Whitaker, great time, and 4:36 for Emma Foy. I'm not sure of their previous PBs or what timing they were wanting to set. But hopefully both teams are pleased with how they've gone. Okay, so that ends the para individual pursuit, and we will move on to some sprint qualifying. We don't have any sprinters out there yet, but I'm sure we'll see them start to line up shortly. So we've got 30 men, women and para sprinters all lined up here to do their flying 200s. So we've got some good extra young sprinters starting to come through. Anyway, we might have a break, play a little bit of music while we just wait for that to get organised for you. So for those who have access to a program, we're probably a little bit behind schedule with that delay with the timing tape in the beginning and just getting those tandems sorted. So if you're looking at the estimated timings, they were thinking it was going to be about 12 for starting the sprints, but we're obviously looking much more like 10:30, so about quarter of an hour behind the provisional program.
The power to keep sport and recreation safe and fair
is in all of us.
As one team, we can help prevent harm.
Especially to our tamariki and rangatahi.
Harm can mean abuse, discrimination, or not playing it straight.
So if you see something that's not tika,
or need support raising integrity standards,
the Sport Integrity Commission, Te Kahuro Nui, is here to help.
out here.
In here.
Wherever we play.
Just while we're waiting for special thanks for them back home, the supporting partner of this event would be. But it's a much technical business to be behind events like this and helping to bring the soccer community together. Jack at Hunters also has got a team of Southern New Zealand.
Okay, so we've got sprint qualifying. We've got a number of para riders who are going to come up first. So on the tandem, we've got Mitch Wilson. He's going to be piloted by Craig Rogers in the white helmet, both wearing Tiamuru kit. So Craig helps run a lot of stuff at the velodrome here in terms of programs, those sort of things. Mitch, unfortunately, lost a good chunk of his side a few years ago, and he's really trying to focus on using the cycling. So powerful man, spends a lot of time in the gym, and it'll be really interesting to see what time these two put out there together. So James gives them a good push start to get underway. Again, a little bit of height, and then they just come down a bit, making sure they've got enough speed to get safely through that corner. And you'll see this is over 3 laps or 3.5 laps. So 3 laps when they come past us now, and they'll build into their height. Hey, Damien, can you chuck the lap camera back up on the screen again for us? Thanks, mate. So Mitch, a really nice guy. Met him a year, 18 months ago. Had a good chat. I've been building up some funding to buy that stiff carbon tandem bike that he's on, so that all the time and effort he puts into the gym and in training can be put in. Now, tandems are super quick for this sort of thing. Hard to control. They're going to get the bell this time. You're not going to see them get out of the seat as much as individual sprinters. Obviously harder to control, but they'll be building in. This is going to be pretty quick. So that clock starts for them. Come up right on that corner. Dropping in, trying to hold that line. It's pretty quick for that first half, just on 5 seconds. Pushing over the line. They finish at 11.3. So Mitch Wilson opens us up just over 63.5 k an hour, 11.3. So they've tried to group the riders together. So essentially we're going to go through the para, then through the women, and then we'll be into the men's sprint qualifying. Is the way they've logically grouped them up. So Thomas Sesbo, I've seen him do a lot of individual pursuit qualifying like we saw earlier. He'll probably be doing that tomorrow, but going for the individual sprint today. Again, sporting the Morrinsville Club colours. So big shout out to Landmark Homes. Don't build a house, build a landmark. And a shout out to Jack, the local manager, franchise owner, I'm not exactly sure which, who used to be with Cycling New Zealand for a number of years. Is going to be helping us out riding the motorbike for the Kerin tomorrow. So he has come on board to be the sponsor of this event. So great to have his support, and great to have Cycling New Zealand also subsidising the cost of booking out the track and the power and all the officials for the last few days. Or next couple of days. Right, so Thomas Sesbo building his speed. He's coming through. He'll start to drop in now, using the angle of the banking to help him get his speed underway. Into the first half of his flying 200. Stops the clock at 6.3 for that first half. Coming to push round. He will stop the clock just on 12.8. So good effort by Thomas. Nice ride. Not sure what time he was aiming for, but no, good effort there. Okay, it says Lindsay File on my list, but look, he might be scratched. So Siobhan Terry is who we've got on track. So I've ridden with Siobhan at the track a few times. Really nice lady, goes well. You see her building her speed. She's got the double discs rolling out there. On the Cycling New Zealand Southern Spas lightweight discs out. So she builds her speed, she's dropping down, she hits the start line, gets the clock going. Hauling down the back straight. What's she going to do this first half in? She's pretty strong. Just on 6 seconds. She comes through, finishes off her sprint in a time of 12.36. 12.36, so the first of our female para-sprinters. And next rolling around, Cycling New Zealand team member as well, Sarah Hartstone. No, she's crossed too. Nicole Murray, who's not on my list at all. Okay. Well, we'll have a good look. Yeah, that is Nicole. So Nicole has a special thing on her left hand to be able to hold onto her handlebar. She's going to come round to get the bell now. Drops it in. See her do a lot of road racing and other events. Races with the Te Aomori Club and Seagrade on the road. Comes around now, just on 6.2 seconds. Good time for an endurance rider. 12.5. So 12.567 for Nicole Murray. Right, rolling around now, we've got a rider from Southland who is not on my list. Sorry, I don't know how we've got all these last minute changes. So we'll just wait to see a name come up on the screen. Sarah Hartstone, there we go. I see, so they just added Nicole in the middle. This is Sarah Hartstone, okay. So Sarah Hartstone from Southland. So she's out of the seat, building into her sprint, locks into that line, gets the clock underway, seeing how quickly she can do this flying 200. 6.4 for the first half. So she finishes in a 13.1. So the thing the sprinters really try and focus on is trying to get that second half as close as they can to the first half. So obviously, being sprinters, they've got that natural jump. You've got the acceleration off the banking in the beginning, and then you've powered up to speed, and you're trying to, as much as you can, have that second half of your flying 200 be as close as you can to your first. Right, up on the track now, we have got Erin Green. So she is in red. She's going to come around with 2 laps to go now, building her heights. Some Sarah Hartstone puts that time down. So Erin rides for Nelson, but trains here in Cambridge. She wasn't at Nationals. This is the first event we've sort of seen her at for a bit. Looks to be building strongly, going well. Let's see what time Erin can put down. Looks strong going down the back straight. Goes through 5.8 for that first half. That's a good time. 11.7 for Erin. So 11.726. Second fastest behind the tandem at this stage. Now remembering it's nowhere near as hot as when Nationals happened. There's great beautiful weather in the Waikato here the last couple of days. So unfortunately that means there's a high pressure over the country as well. So not the fastest conditions. So not expecting super fast times. Up next we've got a local rider from the Te Awamutu Club, Hazel Johnson, just coming around. So she is in the green and black Te Awamutu kit that you'll see a number of over the weekend. So she is off to the Junior Worlds, so part of the women's sprint team there. So that is to Zolder, can't remember where that is, but I think around about August normally. So let's see what time Hazel can put down. Let's see what her form is going like at the moment. So she gets her clock underway. She trains with the grassroots high performance group here, as well as we'll be getting some time with the New Zealand development team as part of being with the Junior World squad. So she's going to come through, stop the clock, 12.516, 12.516. Now covering, if you're looking at the time difference between Erin and Hazel, so Hazel's still under 19, Erin is elite grade sprinter. So Minnie Collins coming around in blue. I'm not sure whether they're stars or flowers or whatever they've got on the sleeves and socks there that she's sporting today in matchingness. So she also is going to the Junior Worlds as a sprinter. So Minnie comes around, gets out the seat. You see these experienced sprinters really building that speed on the back straight, often getting out of the seat before coming to the front straight to build it. No, they've got such a big gear on, they want to get it built up early. So she gets the bell, comes through, drops down, hits the race line, gets her start underway, racing down that back straight, crosses the halfway mark, 5.9 seconds. Can she hold that all the way through the line and do a 12? She does a 12 flat. Good ride, Minnie. So when the female sprinters come together, at the moment we're saying fastest will be between her and Erin when we see the matches later on. So Lily Cameron coming around before, daughter of Brendan Cameron that we saw helping coach the para side of things earlier. So Lily does a number of sports. I think it's rowing and hockey are the other things she does. Te Awamutu Club rider. So with her rowing commitments over the summer, normally biking has to take a back seat. Really strong young lady. So it'll be interesting to see what sprint time she can put down today. So you see the clock get underway for her. This looks pretty quick down the back straight as well. Compact sprinter, 5.76. This could be a fast time. 11.5. She is the fastest of the female sprinters, 11.523. Great ride by Lily Cameron. She looks pretty happy with that. So just to cover, you're going to see some gear change. So we had an open sprint category until now that the women have obviously all entered in. So that means they can ride disc wheels, 5 spokes in competition. We now have a development sprint category coming through for this next group of boys. So in normal NTS rules, they can only ride spoke wheels like you're seeing here, and they also have a maximum gear size of 98 inches, which I think they've done in metric now, but don't ask me what that is. So it's about 7.6 metres or something like that for a rollout. So it means they need to get up to speed, and they need some very good leg speed, because the sprinters will get maxed out in this flying 200, and you will see their leg speed on that basis down the back straight. So you can see this young boy, sorry, an apology, this is Toby Lennartz. So Toby Lennartz, completely on top of that gear, just spinning away as hard as he can. So he posts a time of 14.55, and so we'll see him go up against other riders in the similar category. And next up from that, we have Chase Wilkinson. So Chase, nice and high on the banking. You can see he almost looks like he's on top of that gear already, and he hasn't even got his sprint underway. So obviously he is strong enough to push that small gear over quite happily. But it keeps everything even. They have sense in the way they run these rules. A number of them might have just come off schools racing where there isn't, I don't think, a limit on the track anymore. I know there isn't on the road. Anyway, he's into a sprint on the back straight. Got those legs spinning furiously. About 6 seconds for the first half. So he's going to come through. He will set the fastest of the junior boys thus far at 12.5. So 12.5 for our first of the riders on the restricted gearing. All right, coming around now, Leo Henderson. And the great thing about these young riders, I think these guys will all be about under 17 off the top of my head. Could be wrong, they might be younger still. So many of them are still doing road, doing track endurance as well as track sprint, and probably NTS is one of the few things where maybe they concentrate on just the sprint events, and that's where it's a good chance for riders to be able to try different things, and great for their riding long term, doing everything. There's plenty of examples at the top level of the New Zealand team and elsewhere of seeing sprinters become endurance riders become sprinters, so it is well worthwhile them by their juniors doing everything. So Leo, building his speed. Local Cambridge rider here at Te Aomere Club. He will have been riding for Cambridge High School in the school's events over the last few days. So Leo gets some encouragement as he goes by. Good first half, 5.7. Going to be just over that 11 mark. 11.5 he finishes with, 11.5. So another second quicker than what we saw with Chase. We've got one more to come in the junior sprint program. So Quinn Zhang in white. You'll see him come onto camera in a second. That's Leo just unwinding from his sprint. You'll see Quinn come around the corner shortly. Here you go. Gone for the long sleeve skin suit option. Probably about perfect in the velodrome today for a sprinter. It's not super hot in here. So here comes Quinn. Again, you can see already he's strong enough. He's on top of that gear. Spinning through nicely. Good leg speed. Looks like good leg speed from Quinn. Just on 6 seconds for the first half. Can he hold that and do a 12? 11.95. Look, he did really well there. Had a good second half. So just on 12 seconds, he'll be second qualifier. Okay, and so now we move into open sprint, and so here the riders can choose whatever gearing they want and can run disc wheels, 5 spokes, double discs, all those sorts of things for qualifying. And so we've got Rory Ford on track at the moment. So he's going to come around to get 2 laps to go. On a large white and red Avanti with matching fast forward discs, excuse me, very nicely colour coordinated. So nice and close to the fence, riding really well. That's good to be able to get all that height. He comes in, gets his sprint underway. So we'll start to see some quicker times now as we get these open men coming through. 5.7, nice half. How close can he go to that 11-second mark? 11.6 for Rory Ford. 11.6, nice ride. As well as nice colour coordination. So it's great to see on the far side. We've got a number of sprinters who I'd normally expect to be here. A number of them have been sick over the last couple of months, and some have just come back from overseas, and they're all there helping, pushing riders up, so that is great to see. So this is Fletcher Hamilton. Goes to Hillcrest High in Hamilton, if I'm correct. So he looks to be on top of the ski. I'm not sure whether he is riding the restricted comp. I'm going to say he is based on the wheels he's riding and the leg speed he's running at the moment. So he's pushing really quickly on the back straight. Let's compare his time to how the others do in that category. He's just under the 6-second mark. He will come round. Fletcher finishes in a 12.2. So puts him second in those on the restricted gearing. So just in behind Leo Henderson and just in front of Chase Wilkinson. So Matto Reid, also from Hillcrest High, is on the track at the moment. He's still got 2 laps to go, so just building his speed. On a good large frame, nice and stretched out. That's sort of good sprinter's position. See him get out of the seat. Trying to lift that speed. Can he explode? What size gear has he got on? Comes onto that race line nicely. He's got his time underway. Running a big gear by the looks down the back straight. 5.9. Can he stay under that 12-second mark for the second half? Does it just. 11.977. So expect to see these times go quicker and quicker and quicker. We'll see some riders who ride enduro and sprint coming through to do sprints here. To Logan Dixon, I think he again did a bundle of endurance events in the last few days, riding in Cambridge High Kit. Holding his position, getting out of his seat, building his speed nicely. So he's going to come through as he comes around the corner to get the bell, to be at max position when he gets the sprint underway. He looks like he's organised himself well. He's delivered this nicely. Let's see what time he can put down now. So Logan drops down towards the line, gets the clock on. Coming through nicely on this back straight. 5.8, so he's going just under that 6-second mark. Let's see, what can he do? Maybe go under that 12. 11.9, so he's our next quickest qualifier. Whoever put the seating together has done this pretty nicely thus far. So on the track now, we've got Nick Smith. He's also from Cambridge High, but sporting a pinky purple kit today. Not sure what team that is. So I'm not sure whether Nick is doing the sprint and the endurance events this weekend. I think he picked up bronze, it was, in the schools racing a couple of days ago, the points across several events, so they sort of do a points omnium. He had a crash a few weeks ago, and that no doubt affected his preparation a little bit coming into North Island schools and North Island tracks. But yeah, very quick young man. So also at Cambridge High, let's see what Nick can do for a sprint. Getting out of the seat, winding up his double discs. Come down in, Nick's running a big gear. Looks to have it under control. 5.5, so it's certainly going to be our fastest time we've seen from the individual sprinters thus far. Pretty good second half as well. So he goes to the top of the leaderboard. 11.138. So good ride by him. And out on the track now, we have got Ewan Rodway. Another one sporting the colour matching option of fast forward discs with a red and white Avanti frame. So it gets out of the seat, building a speed. Ewan comes around the top banking for the last time. Getting on top of things nicely, building that sprint. Coming through, a little bit wide on that line there. There's a bit of free time he can get back there, free speed. Coming back around, looking a bit tighter on the second half. He was just on 6.5 for the first half, and he comes through to finish in 13 seconds. 13 seconds for Ewan Rodway. So Quinn Stowe coming through now. He's going through the not using any energy more than he needs to for that first half. So we've got a series of power sprinters that are going to come through now. So we've got Quinn, Luan, Devon will be the power sprinters we're going to see. And you see his fiberglass lower stilt, where unfortunately he is missing a leg. It's great, the technology that can allow these guys to participate in the sport. Awesome to see. So he's going to come around to get the bell now. He's building a seat. Out of the seat, pushing as hard as he can, getting the speed underway. Quinn gets the clock on, powering down that back straight. What time can he set? 11.743, 11.743. Luan Edwards is next up, young man from Canterbury. Up here in Cambridge, quite regularly training, I think. A really strong young man on the bike. See him already building that speed quite a bit down the back straight. He's got a big gear and he wants to be on top of it before his sprint starts. So he's out of the seat coming around the corner, powering away. Still pushing, pushing, pushing. Gets down into the seat now, locks into his sprint, gets his flying 200 underway. It's looking pretty quick. I think this is going to be a quick time. 5.4. Yep, this could be one of the fastest we've seen. Great ride by Quinn. 10.8. Great ride by Luan. Right, coming around the track now, Devon Briggs. Another one of the New Zealand para team. World champion, but not in the flying 200. So Devon from here in Cambridge, really nice young man. He'll be passionate about putting down a sprint close as he can to the able bodies boys, as well as taking on his para colleagues. So you see him come out of the seat now, pushing really strongly. Drops down in, looking pretty quick down the back straight again. Let's see what that first half is. Just on 5.5 seconds, so it's going to be very close to the 11 mark. Who's going to be the fastest of the qualifiers? 11.182, so Luan holds that title as fastest. So got about 8 sprinters left to go. So Leighton Riley not here, unfortunately. He was on the program, but he's scratched. So might be another one who's been caught out by winter illness or other things. So we've got Sterling Crackman, another local lad. Again, experimenting with riding in the A-grade bunch on the road, as well as doing some sprint stuff in here. Saw him go really well at track nationals. I think they picked up gold in the team sprint, him and Cooper Nilsson. I forget the other rider that was in there, apologies. Okay, so he gets the clock underway. Right on the tip of that saddle, pushing through. 5.3. Can he get under that 10.5 mark? 10.875. So, just outside of Luan Edwards in terms of the overall qualifying list. But remember, these riders will be grouped into different categories along the way. Right, rolling a really big now gear on that bike. Counties Manukau rider, Vilai Tutoni. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that surname correctly. So really powerful young man, only been in the sport a year or two, but seen him coming on stronger and stronger. And big thing, because he's come through so strong, so quick, he's having to deal with all the speed straight away, whereas obviously many of the riders that come through from a younger age not being as strong. So, big, powerful young man. What's he going to be able to do for a flying 200 here? So, we didn't get timing tape for some reason on that start. So, saying 11.5. 11.5 for Vilai. Villy? There's no. So, nice ride by him. Okay, on the track in white, Cooper Nilsson. So he is going to the Junior Worlds. He is our national junior sprint champ, and for the first time in a number of years, he was actually Oceania sprint champ as well. So trains with the Grassroots Performance group here, as well as the Team New Zealand development space going to Junior Worlds. So James will be his coach, I think, these days. Used to be Zach, might still be Zach for all I know. I'm expecting a really quick time from him. It'll give us a good indication as to what the conditions are like. You can see already he's got a lot of leg speed up. Out of that seat, Cooper looks quick today. Let's see what he can put down. Now, we don't know how much they're peaking for today or still in a heavy load as part of prepping for Junior Worlds. 5 flat. Let's see what he can come through. This is going to be a great time. 10.29. 10.29. I said it was not that hot. I said there's a bit of air pressure around. That's a great ride by Cooper. He is an outstanding young rider. Oh, look, that bodes well for him. Hopefully that form continues for him right to Junior Worlds. Okay, Flynn Underwood now. So he was at Junior Worlds 2 years ago as part of the team sprint. He rode Rider 3. So he's sporting the Te Aomuru kit. Trains with Cooper, good friends. So unfortunately we're missing a number of the senior riders today, but it's great to see them over helping push riders up onto the track and do all those things. So Luke's been sick for a bit, he is out. Jared's just flown back from overseas. Anyway, let's focus on Flynn. He's got his sprint flying. Drops down into the race line. Just so much speed, he runs wide on that back straight. That'll cost him a fraction of a second, but he's still on 5 flat. Can he break? We know this track is new and fast. 10.164, great time by Flynn, 10.164. I thought maybe we weren't going to see super fast times. This track was sanded in April, so 10-year anniversary, made smooth again. Smooth is fast. Maybe conditions are okay. It's warmish in here, not super warm, but maybe that smooth track is going to see a good time put down. Okay, just 3 sprinters to go. Coming around in blue now, Kai Olart, originally based out of Nelson. Came up here to train and do his engineering degree at Waikato University. He's now finished. So he's working. Really intelligent young man, super fast sprinter. I'm sure he would love to break that 10-second barrier. Based on what we've seen, it's got the potential. They'll all be thinking about it now they've seen some of these times. But again, we've got no idea who's peaked for this and who's still in the midst of some heavy training. Anyway, Kai's pushing out of that seat. He comes down, locks into the race line. Coming through just outside that 5-second mark. What can he do for the second half? Expecting about 10.5, 10.5. 10.554 for Kaio. So just 2 sprinters to go. So Jackson Russell, shout out to Jason if you're watching. So Jackson right up on that fencing already. Broke the 10-second mark for the first time at Oceania's here in Cambridge. Let's see what he can do today. The track's smoother, but it's not as hot. Great work by the sprinters. We're effectively back on time. Look how close Jackson can run to those barriers. Just such good skills. See him coming around, accelerating. You'll see him run a really quick leg speed down the back. He can push strongly but spin as well. What's he going to do for the first half? Can he go under 5? He's on 5 flat. Can he break 10? It's going to be close. What's his second half going to give him? 10.138. He is the fastest thus far, but only fractionally in front of Flynn Underwood. So 10.138 for Jackson. Nice ride. So he was our penultimate rider and last rider on the track, also in Te Aomuru colours, Liam Kavanagh rolling around on the fence. So he's got 3 laps to go from here. And then we'll see the women endurance riders come up and onto the track. So Liam did like a 10.001 or something like that at Nationals for the Flying 200. So he hasn't broken that 10-second mark yet. We know he wants to do it. So coming around with 2 laps to go. Gets out of the seat, pushing strongly, building that speed down the back straight. For most of us mere mortals, that would be almost race pace already. These guys pull some incredible speeds. So he attacks the start, drops down in, clocks on. Can he break the 10-second mark? Will he be the fastest today as the last rider? Oh, 4.949. It's going to go close. What can he do for the second half? Oh, 10.002. So great ride to be fastest qualifier. Average speed 72k an hour, but he will be gutted about just missing out on breaking that 10-second mark again. There is nothing in it. I don't know how you quite work out what 100th of a second is in terms of centimetres, but it wouldn't be much in terms of getting to the line. Hey, great qualifying by all the sprinters. They'll be broken into different categories. It looks pretty tight at the top. We've got 5 riders, all under 10.3, so that should see some exciting racing later on. Okay, so we're just going to see the women's pursuit qualifying come up now. So they're going to split them into an A and a B, and we'll just have a little pause and we will get things underway.
Ticking of the clock, the weight of all our thoughts. Are we in the same time zone? A shooting star explodes, I think it's gonna blow, but maybe you and I don't know. We don't have to know the way, where we are, where we land. Let the moment pull us close, let it take us away.
Okay, first of the endurance events. So they have qualifying for the men's and women's endurance, so they can set an A and a B field. So for endurance, they are restricted, no discs, etc. In terms of aero wheels, they are on, I don't know what the women are on, I know the men are on, I think it's 7.4 metres or about 94 inches in terms of gearing. So I don't have riders exactly in terms of who's on the rail or those sort of things, but I'll just read through the rider list for you. So you've got Sophie Maxwell, Hannah Payne, Christina Scott, Hazel Johnson, Annabelle Judd, Lily Keast, Neve McKenzie, Eliza McKenzie, Mia Pepper, Lucy Boys. Mia Pepper went well at School Road Race. She won one of the races there. So we'll watch her. Lucia Boys, Casey Brake, Emily Cameron. Saw her sister racing just earlier, Cassidy Crompton, Emma Cotter, Emma Crawford, Amy Free, Layla Crackman, Charlotte, and we just saw her brother racing, Charlotte Shields, Charlie Somerville, Charlotte Threadgold, Catalina Williams, hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly, and Chloe Ulmer and Pippa Peacock rounds out your field. So this is points race. It's over 30 laps or 7.5K. They have got 5 sprints, so presumably it's going to be a sprint every 6 laps. Oh, thank you.
The guy with the camera down below, they gave it to me to bring up to him, but I'll just
Okay. Yep.
Yes, thank you.
So Cycling New Zealand just given us a coffee delivery. Thank you very much to them. So bunches all together. Ladies are underway. So essentially those riders who are wanting to make sure that they're in the top half of the field will be just wanting to get some points. If you don't get some points, then you're going to be looking to try and get yourself, I suppose, up as far as you can. So the riders who don't have points will then be decided on their placing over the line at the end. Being a normal points race, it's very short, but somebody in theory could take a lap, but I'm not expecting to see that. So that's Lucia Boys in the Whoosh team kit. And that'll be Sophie Maxwell, I'm sure, that just swung through and off. Not sure who the rider is from Canterbury. I'll just see if I can... Wellington, sorry, apologies. 83. It's Emma Crawford. So, first injection of speed. Looks over his shoulder. So it's number 76. So Eliza McKenzie. She winds the speed up. The rest of the field coming back up onto her. That's Lucia Boys. Sophie Maxwell swings up. Emma Crawford. We haven't talked about her yet. Neve McKenzie went really well in this field last year. Just seeing, she's on my start list, but just, oh yep, there she is on the front. So as soon as she's got the bell, we've seen Neve McKenzie. Shows how much she's learnt from last year, just jumping smartly to go, I will use my timing well. Going with her. That is Lily Cameron. Sorry, wrong sister, Emily Cameron. So Emily Cameron continues the pace on the front. Slots in with Neve McKenzie. So strong combination, those two. The others can't get too far away. Sophie Maxwell. She's the rider just out of camera shot, chasing them down at the moment. So Sophie's come across nicely. Canterbury rider, rides really strongly. So Sophie on the front now, swings up, Neve takes over. Points confirmed for the first one. Neve from Emily, from Lily, from Mia. So I'm not sure exactly what the split is as to how many riders are going through to the A and the B field. Apologies, I didn't hear the commissaires call that out. We'll try and get that for the boys for you. So pace comes back off. Again, you'll get somebody like Neve who probably goes, right, with 5 points, that's probably actually all I need to do. I don't need to do any more. Okay, Lucia Boys. Spent a lot of time talking about her brother Benson Boys. She obviously goes just as well. So she'll be from Southland. So she gets those 5 points comfortably. Emily Cameron picks up some more, so she'll be sitting pretty comfortably. And Neve McKenzie She probably looked and went, I don't need to do any more. So there's only 5 sprints. Sophie Maxwell. So good rider, but not really in the points yet. She'll want to make sure she gets into that A split. And she's away with Emma Crawford. Talked about her a few times. Emma Cotter at the rider in pink joining them in the front. So we're sort of getting a distinctive front bunch happening here at the moment. So Neve McKenzie, she's on 7 points. Emily Cameron 6. Lucia Boys 5. They're probably very comfortably through to the A pooling. So as I said earlier, a lot of riders don't have any points, and it'll come down to their placing in the final sprint. So as they get the bell, Emily's holding the inside line in the Cambridge colours. She accelerates. Neve McKenzie on her wheel. We've talked about those two quite a bit already. Neve looks to have enough power to come up onto Emily's hip. Will they both keep pushing right through the line? They've both got lots of points. Gives them a gauge as to what's to come. Sophie Maxwell, she picks up 3rd. So 11 laps to go at this stage. Just 2 more sprints. Will be double on the last. So it's Emma Cotter in pink up there. Sophie Maxwell in the laser kit. Lucia Boys coming straight across to them. And straight over the top as well. Eliza McKenzie. She hasn't come through. We're going to be picking up a couple of lapped riders. So, pace pushed off the front. They're going to get the bell this time. So, 74, Lily Keast. Emma Crawford, Canterbury. She's rolling over. She'll get the maximum points at this stage by the looks. So, Emma from Lily. And I'll let the commissaires call the last 2. But that probably was Amy Free, maybe just in front of Sophie Maxwell. So from this field, riders going to Junior Worlds, Mia Pepper, Eliza McKenzie, Lily Keast, and Neve McKenzie. So really good to see Neve McKenzie's real smart tactical riding. Can see an absolute difference from when she was relatively new to the track a year ago. So she's riding really smartly here. Helps set her up well going into the Junior Worlds. So Sophie Maxwell and Laser just pushing through on the front. She's got Lily Keast on her wheel. 3 laps to go to the final sprint. So Maya Pepper, she went really well on the road in the North Island School Champs on the weekend, picking up a gold medal. She hasn't picked up any points here, so she'll want to make sure she's well positioned for this final sprint. So it's opened up. So Eliza McKenzie, she's pushing it at the moment. She's another one of the Junior Worlds riders, obviously really strong. She holds the speed coming through to the bell. Emma Cotter thinks about trying to come around here, but hasn't managed. We've got Eliza McKenzie and Sophie Pascal and Lucia Boys. They're going to round out the top 5. But good, strong ride there from Eliza. She was able to just go through, hold that front lead for that entire last lap. No riders going over in front of her. Now, for those who have watched us before, we're going to try a new feature this weekend. I need somebody who knows how to do it, but we will. We're going to be able to do replays. So we might try a little replay as our first test of running a replay out. We'll see if we can get something up and do that as a test while we get the boys up and onto the track. Okay, and in this field that are going to Junior Worlds this year, congratulations to them. We've got Remy Dalton, Jack Allen, Oliver Keast. They're both from Counties Manukau. Sorry, Remy Dalton and Jack Allen from Counties Manukau, and Oliver Keast and Riley Crampton from Canterbury that are on my list. So you can just see them going through the field now. Looks like we might be short a couple of holders. So, same format, 30 laps. 7.5 kilometres, sprint every 6 laps, 5 sprints in total, and again to seed the 2 fields. So apologies, the infield mic is having a whole heap of problems and I can't stop it coming through here, so apologies for that background noise. So really strong field here. It is going to be interesting to see over the day who pushes through. So I think that's Remy Dalton on the front, beginning there in the NZ kit. I'm sure there'll be Oliver Keast, who just is in the sort of white kit with the red stripe, just swinging off now. Counties Manukau rider takes over. Ethan Pepper. Wonder if he's any relative to Maya. Potentially, obviously, brother and sister. You see a lot of families riding in this sport. Number 63, Liam O'Day, he swings up. Lighting things up already. So Carter Payne, he did a short turn on the front. Remy came through. Bunch already a little bit strung out. Remy's just off the front on his own. He goes, okay, if they're going to let me go, I might as well go. If I can get such an easy sprint. So Remy slots in on the front. Carter Payne, Tiamudu. Group round the outside, it's quite strung out. Liam O'Day, I think that is. So they come through and get the bell. So there's a couple of riders who will be in the B grade who have just come out with a little bit much speed on for them. So will Remy Dalton be able to hold this to the line, or is he going to get swamped at the last minute? All these boys keep going. So Remy will take first points. I'm not sure who's going to get second. So Liam O'Day swings up. Josh Kavanagh on the front, swings up, looks down, no one home. Goes, I might as well come back to the front then. Number 45, Jack Allen, comes to close the gap on Josh. So, who is on the front here? Number 58, that is Eli Dimpley. He swings up. Carter Payne swings up as well. Josh Kavanagh swings up. Jack Allen taken over. So this group of four sort of pushing away across at the moment. Levi Mitchell drags the group back across in front. Gets us to about 8 in front. We've seen some previous years where sometimes just getting one sprint is enough to go through. So Remy Dalton might be pretty relaxed and going, that should be getting me into the A grade of things. So same sort of names on the front. Josh Kavanagh, mainly road rider, still new to this track business. Comes through, gets the bell. Carter Payne, very smart young rider, still under 17. Here comes a lot of people sprinting around the outside, all trying to get maximum points. Whoa, we'll say 45. He probably rolled through first. No, it wasn't 45, it wasn't Jack Allen. Anyway, sorry, I missed all the number of whoever that rider was. Maybe it was Riley Crampton. All the boys have worn out their normal Canterbury kits and things like that. They're used to helping me work out who is who. Let me just spot that again. Yep, sorry, 46. It was Riley Crampton. I think he'll pick up max points on that one. So Mr. Keith swings off, and we have an attack dropped by one of the Pista Corsa riders. Wants to get some points. Number 62, Levi Mitchell. So he jumps off. Remember, we've got the next sprint at 12 laps. They're every 6 laps. Riders swinging out of the line. Remy Dalton, he'll be happy enough to pull through. Oliver Keast, he takes over in the front now. Carter Payne on his wheel. So it's all been negated, all come back together again. Two laps to the next sprint. Jack Allen on the front now. Went really well here at the North Island Schools. I think he took out the individual points competition. Oliver Keast comes to take over. So Oliver Keast looking like he will come through, take max points on that one. And I'll say Riley, Carter, Joshua maybe for the minor points, but you'll see all that confirmed shortly. So Riley Crampton leading on 7 at the moment. Don't think he picked up any points there. Remy Dalton didn't pick up any either. Joshua Kavanagh maybe one. So in theory it'll be tight at the top. But remember, this is just a qualifying thing for later. Okay, so that's Riley, Remy and Joshua going after those two. And they're going to come and pick up some lap riders. And that's kind of split the field in half. So the front three are just catching another three. So Riley and Remy working nicely together. 9 laps to go. No. Only a qualifying race for all the other stuff later on. But boys are natural racers, they all want to race. So Riley swings up. Remy hops on him. Work out who this other rider is in a Don't Stop Pedaling kit shortly. He's just joined them on the back. So they're almost potentially, if the bunch doesn't speed up, might get a lap here. That is number 60. Lucas, I'm going to apologise for the surname, Lucas Ilipagotto. So these boys seem quite happy just to take the points and roll round. It's very unusual to see a lap taken in this qualifying one, but I get if you've got points, you don't need to be doing anything. So a big challenge for the commissaires is they have to catch the largest bunch to be called taking a lap. And so this group of 4 are going to catch bunches of 3, none of which will be the largest lap. So they might just be giving riders 20 points negative goes through, which in the scheme of things, look, it doesn't matter. This is how they're wanting to work out who is going quickly to be able to put a group together. So Remy Dalton jumps across to that group in front. Fortunately, didn't see him coming. Got to be careful when you're threading through a lot of traffic like this. So Remy's decided that he wants to take the win in this race. So he's in the New Zealand kit, flying through at the moment. So Remy's going to get the bell this time. He's sitting on 8 points. So in terms of picking up double points at the end here, he gives a kick, he jumps away. So Remy will get the win, he'll get 10 points. I'm not sure Riley will actually worry too much about where he finishes. He finishes in second, he'll get 8, so that'll make those two pretty equal. But all those front group will go through for the A final. Okay, we're going to try race replay for the first time. So you can see a little jump here running away. I think this is where Remy flies around to take the win. Back live again. So that is the seeding race. And that will set up the A and B grade bits and pieces for later on. And now we're going to see sprints. We'll see the B grade stuff up first and then A grade a little bit after that. I'll give you some music for a second.
Ticket crumpled in your left hand, right hand reaching for your phone. You said maybe this is better. You said I just need some space. Every word a little earthquake, shaking pictures out of place. I watched a taxi turn the corner, street went quiet, breathing slow. All the phrases I rehearsed turned to ashes in my throat. I was stuck between please stay and I'll be okay. I tried to say all the things I never learned to pray, like nations we once named. Do you ever think of turning back, or did you burn that map in flame? I write messages I'll never send, fill the margins of my days, every line a quiet echo of the words it came too late. I try to say all the things I never learned to pray, like don't let go and we could find a way. But the night
What do you want to talk about? Talk about Junior Worlds, whatever you like. Yeah. You don't have to, just how the racing.
We're underway with the first of the match sprints, so I'm not sure exactly how they've split them, but I do have the start list. So we've got Minnie Collins in the blue, who's leading us away from Fletcher Hamilton, who is in the Hillcrest High school kit. Great to see Hillcrest High having some kit. So Minnie, she put down a really fast qualifying time. I did write them down earlier. So she was a 12 flat, and Fletcher 12.2. So very evenly matched. Minnie's got a little bit more aero features on with her disc and 5-spoke, obviously. Typically, a male, even at this young age, slightly more testosterone, might be able to jump slightly better. So let's watch the race unfold. So for those who aren't familiar, this is 3 laps. We come around with 2 laps to go. It is essentially whoever is over the finish line first. You'll see lots of tactical stuff, the moving around, changing speed. Yeah. So Minnie, she's got a lot of sprinting experience, so she's comfortable pushing. She knows she's probably got a gap that is more than a couple of bike lengths at the moment. So Fletcher needs to make sure he doesn't get out of the draft as she comes around to get the sprint underway. And ideally, what you're aiming to do is to accelerate into that gap. Now, he might be on a slightly smaller gear than her, so this is good. Accelerates in on the corner, comes around on the back straight. He's right on top of this gear. You'll get a little bit of a push coming on the downhill out of the corner on the outside normally. So Fletcher will come through and take the win. Good ride by him. No, Minnie put down a faster qualifying time, so it's good to see him really motivated and take that win. And a good even competition there for Minnie is part of her preparation for Junior Worlds, which is really good for her as well.
Next up on the track, 22, is Madison and Hazel Gardner.
Right, we've got another junior women world sprint team match up against Hillcrest High again. So Hazel Gardner and Matai Reid. So Dylan Day bringing up Matai. So Dylan has been part of, call it the New Zealand Elite Sprint Riders for a number of years, and he's moved in and using some of his skills and knowledge to coach. So if people are interested in sprinting in the Waikato, he runs a session on a Monday night. Lots of experience, really a good guy to deal with. I'm sure he's going to make a great coach. Meanwhile, junior development coach for Cycling New Zealand, James, brings up Hazel in the Te Awamutu kit that's going to lead us away. So they've just got to go at least walking speed for the first half lap, and then when they cross the white individual pursuit line, marking the half distance around the track, they can move up and stop at that point. So Hazel looked like she was keen to that. Matt, I said, no, I'm not coming to a stop here. We'll pick up the speed straight away. So he's looking. Hazel moving around, taking some height. So Matt, I should build that again because you can see as soon as Hazel drops down, the acceleration she can get. So Matt, I might be controlling that bottom sprint line, but Hazel, it's the thing when you go around that corner a lot higher, you give up a few metres. Can she get into that draft to come back? I forgot to look at the qualifying times. Hazel's getting out of the seat, trying to give it a push. She's going to get maybe on terms on the corner. She's not going to be able to. She drops into that draft, hoping he's going to drive before the line, but he's not. Matt, I will take that one from Hazel. Good sprint by both riders. So maybe Hazel just stayed going high a little bit too long. I probably need a replay of the bit where the sprint jump happens is my next big request. So we might be able to get that on camera, I'm not sure. But hey, look, so great to see, good sprinter, and great to see the replay features coming back. There is so much tech, these guys are busy and working hard. And then the commentator demands more. Okay. Right, so we're just learning and refining our replay technology. It's great to see those replays so you can have a second look as to how that sprint happened. So we're set up at 15 seconds. We're going to push it a little bit longer and see if we can get a bit more of the jump. So just looking on the qualifying sprint time, Matai was 12 flat, Hazel was 12 and a half. So that did play out with where that form should be. Okay, so Quinn is in white. He's got position 1 and Chase has got position 2. Again, great to see a couple of the older sprinters that aren't racing this weekend coming to help. So tactics-wise, sitting about a bike length back, no speed on at this stage. So in theory, you'd argue the rider in front might like it to start from a slow speed. So both these boys are on the restricted gearing, as well as the non-aero wheels. So they'll have quite a small gear on. So they'll be quite happy for it to start from reasonably late. Probably have enough speed to get through this corner. So they're going to come round, lap and a half to go now. Chase getting a little bit of height, but there's really nothing in it. Quinn in theory could box Chase a little bit if he accelerates here to stop a path through. So the rider on the inside, when a rider's got height over this, you need to accelerate because they will naturally get the acceleration off the banking. This is what you see happen. Chase is able to go in a straight line, use the effect of the banking as he comes into the corner to drop down. Now can Quinn come back round and pass him? He's out of the seat. It's going to be even. Both boys maxed out. It's going to be a leg speed contest. We saw Quinn look pretty good on this in his sprint. Chase takes the win that time. Good even sprint between those two. Nice ride, boys. So we're back to the fast wheels. So we've got Logan Dixon and Ewan Rodway. Hey, great to see Ryan Henson helping in here as well, bringing the riders up. So Logan Dixon from Cambridge High, he leads us away. So he was the fastest qualifier out of these two. But obviously a match sprint, it can all change, but he did have quite a noticeable speed difference. So just rolling around, no speed on at this stage. See Logan just keeping a good eye behind him as to what's going on, moving around, keeping everyone guessing. Always building the speed up. Seven obviously is really tall because he's on a large Avanti frame and he still looks like he could get himself one of those Velo Bike Giant stems and go even longer. So Logan opens it up. Ewan just outside that best draft position at sort of 2 or 3 bike lengths back at the moment. So Logan, he will take the win in that one. Coming up now, we've got Quinn Stowe. He's in the black from Counties Manukau. And from Southland, in the Southland kit, Sarah Hartstone. Commissaires and riders are doing a great job. Everything is coming back on track. So Sarah rolls up on camera right now. No doubt has got family potentially watching from down south. Commissaire gives the whistle. Sarah leads us away. So Sarah's very competent at keeping a good eye as to where her rider is. She's now, first time we've seen, boxing Quinn towards the fence, meaning she can control that he can't really jump straight through her, and he either needs to accelerate up to get over the top, or now he eased off so he could drop in behind. So good work by both of them. Quinn's been able to drop in underneath there. He gets the sprint open. Sarah now jumping after him. Quinn showing his power, opening up. Can Sarah get back on terms? It's a good effort by Sarah, but Quinn's just got that male testosterone of too much power, jumping from a low speed, able to accelerate up, and he will take the win that time. So we'll get a quick replay here so you can see how he's jumped away. Sarah unfortunately not able to get back on terms. Keeps going all the way to the line, but Quinn's able to take that win comfortably. So just one more round in the B grade sprints. And so we've got Erin coming up in the red Tasman colours, and Toby Lennart's coming up in the yellow Tinkoff kit. So Luke, probably the fastest sprinter in New Zealand at the moment. Unfortunately been very sick over the last week. Healthy now, but been deemed it was not the right thing to do to race. So he's helping, bringing Toby up to the start line. Okay, and we roll away. So Erin, really experienced sprinter. She's also got the faster aero bits and pieces on board. Toby, not sure how old he is, but the first time I've seen him on these sprint comps. So young boy learning his skills. They're keeping up that walking speed. Erin can't stop. Comisia's going to blow whistle. No, they've deemed they will let that go. Just enough speed. Easier than getting the race reset because we're making up a bit of time here. So Erin's now leading Toby at this point. Toby keeping a sensible distance. He obviously wanted to swap to be in the draft. So Erin will be a little bit older than Toby, using her maturity. She's done a lot of these sprints before. Toby's keen to get things going. So now he's pushed up underneath. If he pushes, he'll make it so Erin can't do anything till the straight. Erin smartly waits to be round the corner and then opens the sprint up, going through and over the top. And she's just got too much speed. She's able to drop from that higher point in the banking, using her extra speed. She might be the fastest qualifier, I suspect, in the B grade, the way things were probably seeded going through. So she will grab that win comfortably. Good effort by Toby. He used lots of good thinking there. You could see him trying to do things in the right way. Okay, I'm going to jump through. We're going to have half a dozen A-grade sprint races now. So while we're waiting for them to come up, hey look, big shout out and thank you to naming sponsor for this weekend, Landmark Homes. Don't build a home, build a landmark, as the quote goes. So thank you to them. This is Landmark Homes Waikato supporting the National Track Series Round 1, and it's fantastic to get a local business standing up. Now, head there of the local business, Jack is familiar to many in this velodrome as he was one of the Cycling New Zealand development coaches for the last 3 years. and made the decisions to step back into the building industry that he'd been part of prior to that. So neat to see him back supporting the cycling community still, and he's going to be in here tomorrow helping in the morning for the motorbike Kerin. So look, if you're thinking about building a home in the Cambridge Waikato area, either in town or a lifestyle property, come and see Jack and the Landmark Homes team. They're always happy to have a chat and share what's possible. So again, appreciate their support. So Dylan Day, he is bringing up Sterling Crackman that he helps coach, no doubt. So I mentioned earlier, you know, Sterling, we see him just on the fringe of the A-grade field in the road races, so starting with them in some events, as well as doing sprint on the track. Picked up gold in the team sprint at Nationals. Cooper Nilsson, I think he also picked up some medals in the schools racing. Hey, while they're rolling around, also big shout out to Fresh Choice Leamington. So they have provided a shared lunch, new initiative being done today. So great to see that shared lunch being put on in combination between Fresh Choice Leamington and Cycling New Zealand for all the riders to interact as part of, you know, building friendships and bits and pieces through the sport. So they've got a whole lot of fruit here. They've got a whole lot of food boxes of, no doubt, whatever they are, rolls or something that have all just been delivered. So back to the racing. You've got Sterling Crackman, he is in the black and white. He is holding Luan Edwards, one of our power riders, against the barrier here. So Sterling, smart young man. He is controlling the sprint. Luan, really experienced though. He'll hold, you'll push down, wait till the straight, now open that sprint, see if he can get back over. So Sterling can continue to hold. He doesn't have to drop into race line, but he does. So Luan's going to try and get on terms on this back straight. This is a great sprint between these two riders, really evenly matched. Have to look at this time between them in a second. It's going to go right to the wire. Sterling's going to grab that. Smart ride by both of them. Sterling came up, held him to the barrier, was able to get control in the sprint, and Luan, lots of speed, was able to get up alongside, but just not, sort of ended up on a dead wheel maybe before popping out. Wasn't able to run at that gap and run past him. So great ride by both of them. Win goes to Sterling. Sterling did a 10.875, Luan did a 10.8, so really evenly matched, and you saw that in their match sprint. So Dylan Day, smiling at the camera in the cap, so he's doing sprint coaching here at the Velodrome. I think it's on a Monday night. So if you're an older or younger rider and you're keen to take your sprinting a bit further, Dylan, from Canterbury originally and then been up this way, knows a lot about sprinting. Really great opportunity to get somebody like him to give you some coaching. So consider that if that's what you're into. Okay, so one of the older riders and one of the younger riders here this weekend. So Kai Olart coming up in blue that we're going to see on camera shortly. He is up against Nick Smith in the purple Burgos kit we can see. So Luke, one of Kaio's friends, sprinter, unfortunately been unwell, so not able to race this weekend, but healthy enough to be back in here. So Nick Smith in purple gets us underway. So Nick, young guy, normally thought of as an endurance rider, had a crash about 4 weeks ago, but he's been able to get back on his bike and race the North Island Schools and Track Champs. Picked up a bronze medal in the team competition, as well as some stuff in the, I think, school team sprint with Sterling Crackman that we just saw then. And trying his hand at sprint for something different this weekend. So Kai Olart, super experienced sprinter. Really confident, just pushing Nick down, moving around. You can see Kaio just happy to move around the track. Nick trying to keep guessing as to where he is. Nick trying to control that line, knowing what he's doing. Kaio's coming up high. They're going to be getting the bell this time. So Kaio's unwinding, able to drop down underneath. He's got that sprinter's acceleration. No, Nick's super fast, but that's just that sprint versus enduro, plus about 4 or 5 years in that age gap. So Kaio's opened up a gap. He'll go straight through. Nick will come back to ride against somebody else for another ride. So it's interesting, you often, a longer race, Nick would crack Kaio. But in a short sprint like that, you just see that power that those sprinters have, the ability to put out 2,000 odd watts, and just jump and open a gap while the endurance riders are just trying to power up. No. So good win by Kaya. He will go through to the next round. Good effort by Nick.
Okay, riders, you'll see in the centre there, there's some nice food. Okay, it's one of each. Make sure you wash your hands there before you come and grab the food.
Okay, so next up we are going to see Cooper Nilsson, New Zealand Junior Sprint Champ, and off to the Junior World. So he is up there in white, and he's going to be up against Devon Briggs from the Para New Zealand cycling team. So Devon chosen to compete in the sprint events over the weekend. So world champion in a more endurance-orientated event in the world of paracycling. So Cooper comes up. He's on the velo bike. Been running it for about a year. Won the sprint both at Nationals and Oceania Champs. First time I've seen a Kiwi really roll the Australians. So that was nice to see. And we saw him do a really good qualifying time earlier. He dropped 10.29. So quicker than Devon, who's more of an endurance rider, who dropped an 11.1. So I expect Cooper to take this one out. But I've also heard the Cycling New Zealand coaches to make some of the stuff a bit more even. So all those in the development program, which includes Cooper, they were going to set a gear for them for these races. So potentially they have made them, Cooper, for example, might be on a lower gear here to make him have to really think tactically rather than being able to use that sort of 1 second gap he had on his qualifying gear. So we'll see if he looks like he's really spinning when this race happens, and that'll give us an indication as to what we see with the riders following him as well from the New Zealand development space. So Devon picks up a little bit of speed, able to bounce up on the track. Cooper not phased. Again, as we saw in that last race, Cooper being a sprinter, he's going to have the bigger jump. Devon, smart young man, is good at doing everything, done plenty of laps around here, will know how to use the tractor advantage. You saw how close he was, happy to ride to Cooper's wheel then. So Cooper just controlling this, going, no, I'm not giving you the inside line, I'm not going to go around you. So now Cooper gets out of the seat, just using that power. Again, same thing, in an out-and-out drag race, Cooper's able to just power up and open that gap up. He looks to be on a reasonably sensible gear, Cooper. But I suppose it was a slower start, so maybe he is geared down slightly. Anyway, good win by Cooper, good ride by Devon. Not much you can do against that sprinter extra power on the jump. So up next, we've got the first of the Te Awamutu Club riders, the local big club here. So Flynn Underwood, looks like he's drawn position 1. Luke's going to give him a hand to come up. And Vilai Tuatoni, hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly, he will roll up from Counties Manukau in position 2. Big sprinter being brought up by another big sprinter. So Flynn put down a fantastic qualifying. What did he do? 10.164. This was our third fastest qualifier. So Villy sprinted well, but about a second behind. But no, relatively new to cycling, so we're going to see him continue to come on in strength and bounds, leaps and bounds. So Flynn looks like he's happy to stay at position 1. Flynn's probably not under Cycling New Zealand control for gearing here, so he may have been able to just stick with whatever gear he wants to ride. So, speed's building. Jumping through. Flynn goes, I've got to get a bit of a gap. I'm just going to light up the afterburners and go for it. So he's opened up that margin there. Just got that extra speed today once he knew he wasn't in the draft. Flynn's gone, I've done enough. First half, don't have to push through the second half. He will get the dub to go through to the next round. It's just a little bit too much speed for Velo. When you look at that, he wasn't able to get into that draft, unfortunately. Flynn's able to look around, he comes through to finish straight and just roll through. Right, Tiamuru versus Tiamuru. So you've got to keep your eyes peeled here. So Jackson Russell, Luke's bringing him up. Leo Henderson's been brought up by Dylan Day. So Leo, young man, he might still be under 15. If he's not under 15, he's definitely under 17. Whereas Jackson is elite age sprinter, went to Junior Worlds a few years ago. Picked up, I think it was the bronze medal. Kerin final at Oceania's here earlier in the year and broke the 10-second mark for the Flying 200 that weekend as well. So Jackson, lots of bike skills, but lots of extra speed to play over Leo. But good opportunity for a young rider like Leo to be able to engage tactically wise with Jackson. So Jackson may have been set a gearing restriction by Cycling New Zealand. So they just come through and come over the start line, get to that point so they can stand and balance for up to 30 seconds. Jackson is very good at this. So Leo's just rolling slowly, but he hasn't, and then he's looked to jump and open a gap. That might have been the tactic plan the whole way. He's got himself a few bike lengths. He's going to go long. We're going to see a 500-metre sprint from Leo. Got himself a little gap. So Jackson's essentially got like a team sprint open here, 500 metres. Drops it in the draft. You can see Jackson's just that superior speed with the bigger gear and the discs and everything. So he's going to roll through. In behind Leo now. Comes around, makes the pass on the back straight where it's shortest. Good effort by Leo, great thinking. He was able to roll through, was able to get that earlier judgment from the balancing. Got himself a good gap, gave himself an honest go. Young rider who's doing both endurance and sprint events. So he was racing the North Island Roads on the weekend, was Leo. So good effort. But yeah, Jackson, too much speed no matter what you do. Tactics-wise, it was going to be an impossible gap to pass for Leo there, but good effort by him. Okay, so last one up. We've got, I think it was today's fastest qualifier, just outside that 10-second mark by fractions of a second. Liam Kavanagh against Rory Ford. So again, I'm expecting that Cycling New Zealand have maybe undergeared Liam a bit for this match, just so they can't jump away and ride off at sort of 70k an hour. So Dylan brings Rory up. Luke brings Liam up. They've been good friends for a long time. Doing team sprints together from Junior Worlds right the way through. Just missed out on the Commonwealth Games qualifying, unfortunately, for them. So Liam's got one of those Velobike tri-spoke wheels on the front. Thank you to Velobike for sponsoring I believe they've given some spot prizes or other prizes to be given out over the weekend. So Rory, in the red and white kit, leads us away. So Liam's come through to get some height already, just seeing whether he can drag Rory up. Not much speed on though. So Liam drops back down before moving back up. Just giving Rory lots to look at and think about. So Liam comes around now. Decides to take control from in the front. Rory seems happy with that change. So Liam just riding forward, looking backwards the whole time. Good skill for sprinters to be able to do. So speed is building now. They're going to get the bell when they come around this time. So neither rider's committed at this stage. Bell's happening. Still no right now. Rory gets out of his seat. Gives it a bit of a surge. Liam waits for him to come to him. And then he's looking like he's going to try and jump on the back straight. So Rory can't really run at that draft. So Liam's able to jump and accelerate. Just being an older, stronger rider. A few more years in the gym. Got too much power. Good effort by Rory. Good riding by him to get positioned. So Liam will take the win. And from what my program it says, all riders will go through to the quarterfinals, so they will all get another match. Okay, to my understanding, we have a bit of a break coming up, where we're going to see, before we see the Madison, which is next in the program. So we have women's Madison Chase, and then we've got a men's A and B grade Madison before we'll be back to the sprints. So while we've got a little bit of downtime here, we haven't seen the women lining up yet. I might say to Damien, can we run an ad or something for a minute or so? If we okay, we're maybe going to go through and get some interviews for you. So we will, Damien is going to go and find a few interviews to fill in some time. He's up in the grandstand, so does that mean Damien is off to interview parents maybe? Parents and supporters? Who have I missed? So I mentioned Landmark Homes. Thank you to them again, the Landmark Homes Waikato, the principal sponsor of the National Track Series this weekend. We also want to thank Trillion Trust for their support and generosity towards supporting the event. Haraway Rolled Oats, that are a sponsor of a number of Cycling New Zealand events, so there's plenty of free oat sachets for the riders this weekend. And they were giving away, they normally give away attitude packs. I know they did at the schools events, and I presume they'll be doing some of those over the weekend. There is a lunch laid out there for the riders who feel like eating. So Fresh Choice Leamington, thank you very much for them. And look, that food will not only be for them, it's for the riders at the end of the racing, I think is what the program's got. So it's there nicely for 12 o'clock. I'm sure they'll be keeping the volunteers and the commissaires and stuff fed as well. So thank you to Fresh Choice Leamington for helping. And finally, thank you to Velobike in Cambridge here, international manufacturer of the best bike components in the world, seen by us on when we're watching World Track events from teams all over the globe. And so they are providing some support and providing some prizes. So thank you very much to the team from Velobike. So the endurance riders have just been given a bit of a chance to warm their legs up again since they've been sitting things out for a while, chance to practice some hand slings, those sort of things for those who are an unusual combination. And I'm going to hand over to Damien in the infield.
From down here in the pits. Hopefully I'm going to get Craig to come over and have a talk to us briefly. Hi Craig, how are you?
Yeah, all good, thank you.
All good. We're just on the live stream here. Some people around the country that are watching might not know who you are, so I guess maybe you could tell them who you are.
Yeah, no problem. So, Craig Mustard. Formerly, I was with Canoe Racing New Zealand, and I came over a year ago, joined Cycling New Zealand, and my role is High Performance Development Lead. Bit of a mouthful, but literally I think it's a bit of a conductor. I've got all these coaches that I work with, and it's making sure they have the resources they need to do their job and go out to the community and connect to those coaches. So, in the HP development space, pretty high performance.
That's cool. So while we're doing this, we've obviously got some first-time Madison people, I think, getting a bit of a warm-up. They've got about 5 minutes on the track. How many riders have we got here, do you know?
I checked with our events team and they said like in total I think it's just short of 90 riders on the track, so that's fantastic to see. Like, it's so important that we work with the events team, because without events our riders can't get the exposure they need. So for us to go after that 2032 goal of sustainable results, we need a lot of local events. So an event like NTS is fantastic for us. It's also a fantastic opportunity, like you're saying, riders doing Madison for the first time. One of our values is continuous learning, so they get to go out, they've had a little workshop, get out, put it to practice on the track, get off, reflect, redo. So yeah, fantastic event, fantastic day so far.
Yeah, the events team put on a good show, eh? Have we got one more round in Invercargill? When's that, do you know?
Yeah, so we got one in Invercargill. That's going to come up in October. I'll double check my dates, but I think it's the 10th or 9th, 10th or 10th, 11th of October. It follows Yunka. So yeah, we got one more of these down in Invercargill, and yeah, hopefully we get some sort of turnout like this. But again, just a fantastic opportunity to learn, reflect, redo, and keep going.
Yeah, it's awesome, and I have to say a big shout out, $10 to enter. CNZ are really stepping up to try and encourage people to come in, so that's been really good.
Yeah, we decided we'd take that approach just to try and help reduce the barriers to the sport. And yeah, it's I want to say it's an expensive sport for parents, for riders to get around the country and do that. So how do we add value? How do we help lower those barriers? So yeah, we're trying something. We want to see if it helps. $10, come and do a bunch of racing, get a feed on the table as well. Or for $10, I don't know where you'll get that, but yeah, we want to be innovative and try and evolve and try and do something different and to increase the numbers and performance.
Yeah, that's great. So just checking everything out for the day, hanging out, meet some people.
Yeah, that's it from me. Just connecting with the community. Our coaches are out here doing a great job. Yeah, so 2 days of just hanging out, watching some good racing, getting some feedback, and yeah, just looking at how can we be better.
That's great. I appreciate your time. We're going to go and have a bit of a wander around the pits, see who else we can talk to.
Too good.
All right. Thanks, Craig.
Cheers, guys.
See ya. All right, let's go and see who else we can get. Not quite sure how we're going upstairs. Everything all right upstairs? Here we go. Here's one of our holders. Oh, there's Sally here as well. Hi, team. You're on the live stream. Just over here. Luke, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty well, thanks.
So I think Simon said you been a bit sick. You're not racing today, obviously.
Yeah, I just keep getting sick, and so I figured that I should just not have my first ride back, maximal racing, so that I can stay healthy this time.
Yeah, that's a fair call. I don't blame you at all. There's a bit going around, I have to say. Yeah. It's a bit harder this time of the year to dodge it all. How do you think everything's going so far?
Oh, yeah, it's pretty good. I've given the boys a couple of holds, and they've been racing well. I saw Liam narrowly missed out on sub 10 again, which is delightful. But I think just 1,000th of a second again, or 2,000ths of a second.
And other than being a little bit crook, how's your riding going, all right?
Oh, yeah, pretty well. We're just in the deep strength block at the moment, so maybe we'll resurface one day.
Yeah. And how's Sally over here today? You all good?
Yep, very good.
What's been happening on your end? Busy as usual?
Very much business as usual. Getting sorted for Junior Worlds next month, so that'll be fun.
Good. And I guess you're getting to see lots of the riders while you're here, kicking around?
Yeah, it's great seeing everybody and meeting new faces this year that I haven't met at previous events, so it's good.
Good. All right, well, I won't hold you guys up. We'll go and keep milling around, see who else we can talk to. All right, thanks, Luke. All right, we can see our commissaires over there taking 5 by the looks of it. Up on the track, we've got Madison riders getting ready, getting a little bit of practice in. And, here we go, we've got some start lists by the look of it. Women's Madison Chase, I'll take those upstairs. Let's see if we can find some riders. Let's come on over here. Over this way, here we go. We got some TA riders in here. Hey boys, you're going to be on the live stream. How's it going, Leo? I'm going to get right in here. How are you?
I'm going good. Just eating some food after that.
That was a bit of a tough draw, that one, against Jackson in that sprint, but great fun, yeah?
Yeah, it was fun, although I think he was probably toying with me a bit.
Yeah, but hey, it was a good attack there. You got to give it a go, right?
Yeah, well, that was the only thing I could think of. Yeah.
So schools went really well. I watched you there, did a 19.5 250. That's a pretty rapid start lap. You got to be happy with that.
Yeah, pretty happy. I think it's a new PB, so that's good. Yeah.
And overall, how did North Island schools go for you?
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it quite a bit. Yeah. I think the results were good and it was fun. Yeah.
Yeah, good. That's the main part. It's being fun. Nick, you look very deep in concentration there, pinning your numbers.
Yeah.
You got Maddo next, do you?
Yeah. Sprinter turned Maddo for the weekend.
Okay. And who's your partner?
I'm riding with Devon Briggs.
Okay, great. Plenty of experience there. How are the legs feeling today?
Suboptimal. They could feel a bit better, but we'll see how it goes.
Is that a little bit of after effects of road and track? Did you do road, North Island road?
I didn't do too well. I'm nursing a knee injury a little bit, and it's a bit more emphasised on the road. So nursed it in the road race, finished with the bunch, and I felt it a bit more in the criterium in North Island. So
a little bit of riding in the legs, so to speak, eh?
Yeah.
That's good. All right, well, I'll leave you to pinning the numbers, and we'll keep on trucking. We'll see who else we can go and spy over here. Hey, good luck, fellas.
Thank you.
Head out this way. Let's see if we can find someone new. Who's sitting over here? There's a young fella on his phone. How's it going? I can't say I know you. Who are you?
Rory.
Rory. So this is the live stream. So you be able to wave to mum and dad? They're going to be watching from somewhere, or are they here?
Dad's back home. Mum's here and they come up.
Where's home?
Invercargill.
Invercargill. So you travelled all the way up to here?
Yeah.
Did you? When did you get into town?
Yesterday, last night. Yeah. It was long few flights, a lot of delays and cancellations. So got here in the end though.
Anything you want to say to Dad, mum and dad at home, or both of them at home?
I'll do it all right. I think I'll get there in a few of the races, hopefully.
Right. Have you raced at Cambridge before?
No, this is my first time.
First time. So what do you think of the velodrome here?
I like it. Feels quick. It's a lot warmer.
Yeah, a lot warmer. Mind you, it was about zero. It was about 1 or 2 degrees, I think, in Cambridge. That's pretty cold for us this morning, but it's warmed up, undoubtedly.
That's pretty average temperatures back home, just the normal.
Just the normal. And how'd you gone? You're doing sprint, right?
Yes.
Yeah, how's that gone for you?
It's going all right so far. Decent flying 200 for the first time on this track, and well, I got whooped in that match sprint, but I'll hopefully do better in some of the later ones.
All right, and you're having fun?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the whole point, eh? All right, hey, good luck for the rest of the racing. Thanks for your time. All right, looks like we're about ready to go back to the desk upstairs. Yes, I'm looking up at Sean. Oh, Simon's there. I guess, where's Simon? I guess at worst case we can do the commentating using the live stream feed from the infield. What have I got here? Women's Madison Chase is going to be the next thing up. I've got the start list. We've got a white black magic team. That's sort of an oxymoron. Emma Crawford and Amy Free in there. Watersley Dolcini, Emma Cotter and Charlotte Shields. CMC team, Fixie Chicks, Lucia Boys, Casey Brake, Lightspeed, Christina Scott, Layla Crackman. The NZ team, Neve McKenzie, Eliza McKenzie, Blue Black Magic, Lily Keast, Maya Pepper, and Ireland, Emily Cameron and Kat Williams. So we get the whistle, they roll away. So for those of you that may not be familiar with Madison, you get you and your teammates. So the teammates are on the back straight waiting for the second whistle. The first riders are in the race currently, and you sling your partner in and out of the race. So it can be a bit chaotic at times. There we go, there's the gun. The back straight riders are off the rail, and We're underway 30 laps by the looks of this. So you're going to see riders dropping in to change. The golden rule, don't ride through a change.
Okay, sorry, racing underway. Went off thinking I had a gap then and could step away from the mic, and I was wrong. So we are doing, it's not the right start list, women's Madison chase. And I have all the men's fields, but not that one. So we'll try and call it on the screen. So, and the New Zealand kits. So you often see where they will put combinations together of riders who are going to be riding this event at Junior Worlds. Sometimes they will do other things so that riders can just have a more even race out there. So it's Eliza McKenzie. She's in the front at the moment in the New Zealand kit. Looks like she is going to be tagging in Eliza McKenzie. So they're running the black and white New Zealand kit. And Lily Keast and Maya Pepper up against them. But coming around the outside, showing no fear, Lucia Boys. She hits the front from the Fixie Chicks team, is what they've called themselves in those shirts. So they come through to make their change. She's partnered with Casey Brake. It's Neve McKenzie. She comes up to the front, gonna flick Eliza McKenzie through. And they've now got a gap. So Madison Chase, it's just like a scratch race. This is all just down to rider taking the thing on the finish line. No sprints along the way, just the one sprint at the end is my understanding how this is going to work. So that's Eliza McKenzie. Being chased by the Pure Black Magic team, Lily Keast and Maya Pepper. So White Black Magic, they make a change. position 2, trying to chase back on, but there's still about a 50-metre lead. We'll call it the New Zealand team. The Mackenzie girls that aren't sisters. One from the North Island, one from the South Island. I've got no idea if there's any actual relative relationship there, or whether it's just a coincidence on the surname. You can see that little gap that the New Zealand girls continue to hold as they come through to make the change. Oops, just lost video picture. Back to you. So both Neve and Eliza, really, really strong riders. Good to see the other teams working hard. So you've got White Black Magic and Blue Black Magic teams. Emma Crawford and Amy Free are in the White Black Magic team, and in the Blue Black Magic team is Lily Keast and Mia Pepper. So I think that's Mia Pepper out there at the moment, and Emma Crawford, that are working together, trying to chase back on to the New Zealand team. Eliza Mackenzie comes in, throws Neve back into the race. Just out of camera shot of the other two girls. We'll try and give you a bit of what that gap looks like. It's hard to see, so that's Neve on the front at the moment. That rider in green is a lap down. Just try and get the others coming through the corner for you. They are making the change on the front straight. So Neve continuing to just tap away a steady tempo. Team of White Black Magic, Emma Crawford, Amy Free, trying to get back in terms with them so they can test the sprint, just 2Ks to go. So it's Amy Free who's there at front at the moment. So that's second and third that you were just looking at. So the green team lap down, so that is back to Emma. No, sorry, Eliza Mackenzie in camera shot. So there's our race leader, Eliza Mackenzie. Other teams have chased really hard trying to close that gap. They continue to maintain. So I think that's Amy Free now, trying to chase back onto them. This is further back in the field. So Neve Mackenzie throwing back into the race. That's your race leader. You're about 20 metres up on the team in second place at the moment. So Emma yells out to Amy, just in behind second place, throwing her teammate into the race as they try and close that gap back on the Team New Zealand team. There they are, just in behind. You can see it's pretty close. It's been like that for probably the last 8 or 9 laps. Will it come together at this change? That's third place just on the screen at the moment. They've called Blue Black Magic. But in front, the New Zealand team over the team in white is your gap in first and second. So Eliza Mackenzie on the front at the moment. You can pick her up this weekend riding the grey frame. That's third place at the moment, and that's back to your race leader. So get the bell. Coming around the field, they will take the win. So the New Zealand team, they're going to come round. Oh, we have a nasty crash that's just happened. So unfortunately that's taken out the team that are about to cross in second place. So it's a bit of a nasty off that's happened. We'll run camera somewhere else, can we guys, please? So medical staff going over, Team New Zealand riders, managers helping out, and we'll have a little bit of break for racing. We'll have a break from commentary for a bit while they check on those two riders. So unfortunately, it was a reasonably nasty crash. So it is Neve McKenzie who is one of the riders down, and I think unfortunately it's Emma Cotter, but look, don't hold me to that. Yeah. Anyway, we will run something as a filler and we'll come back to you when we've got some racing.
I would be really excited to see people pick up cycling and take that beyond the school gates, beyond the velodrome, beyond the mountain bike tracks. We structure our cycling program at St. Peter's from pathways to development to HP in 3 disciplines. We have mountain biking, track and road, and we provide opportunities for everybody. We invite people who are just learning to ride a bike to people who are trying to think about the Olympics. Cycling is a really good option for everybody. You can do it indoors, you can do it on a trail, you can do it on a path.
So my cycling journey began way back when I was in year 7. I started out on the road, and I actually had an incredible group of 5 other girls with me. We all had our first event at the North Island Road Secondary School's Chance, which we fought really hard, but we just hadn't had the same level of exposure as some of the other year 8 teams had. But it really built an incredible culture and environment behind us that then pushed us all into doing track.
So as a junior cyclist, I feel like the older kids in cycling really give you a push along, like they really help you and they want you to be better, which is, yeah, really nice. There is a pretty big junior squad for year 7 and 8.
I think success looks like in cycling when we develop a love of the sport. Cycling's not just a sport, it's a mode of transport, it's a means of freedom. There's going to be a bonus double points sprint somewhere in the middle. You'll know because the bell will be rung extremely aggressively.
For me personally, in the last couple of years, I believe that it's been really important to build a connection with the people that I've been riding with, especially some of the younger ones. I would really like to try and leave behind a legacy of connecting with everyone.
To me, the cycling program excels in opportunities, and I think we're one of the best programs in New Zealand in terms of that. We offer a lot of options, not just on the track and mountain bike and road, where they can excel internationally, nationally. We provide one-on-one coaching, we provide lots of different options in terms of nutrition, training advice, skills.
I think the really awesome part about cycling is it doesn't matter whether you're just in for one discipline. All of the different disciplines are very easily adaptable. You can shift between them as often as you want to, and it's not super scary to do that either.
I do track and road and a little bit of mountain biking.
We try and structure our training program to peak at certain times of year and prioritise fitness at other times of year. We have multiple trainings a week and cycling's year round.
Luckily we have Rushley Buchanan. She's a very good cyclist. She's a former Olympic person. She's awesome. The skills I'm learning are cornering, descending and climbing.
Or a chill bell will signify the next lap is a sprint lap. Normal points, okay? 5, 3, 2, 1. Our major cycling values are respect, accountability, ownership and leadership. I think that it's really important to own your own journey. It needs to be purposeful and you need to feel like you belong, and that's what we try and encourage here in the cycling team.
It's super encouraging. Everyone who does it is really lovely, and you almost find lifelong friends that you're going to continue cycling with in school and out of school as well.
I've made lots of friendships. Everyone's just so nice, and you just get those bonds, and in the train of people on road, you just get to know everyone.
Balancing the need for participation and the drive for high performance is really critical in cycling. Cycling is a major sport in New Zealand. We have a lot of Olympic medals from the cycling team, and so here in Cambridge at the Grassroots Trust Velodrome, we're literally in the home of cycling. So success is visible every day. I believe cycling encompasses body, mind and spirit perfectly. To ride a bike you have to be focused, you have to be determined, you have to know what's going on in your surroundings, but it's also quite a relaxed sport.
A lot of being out on the road is being involved in some traffic occasionally. We're lucky enough in Cambridge and our locational context to not have too much of that. The ability to communicate, you end up next to someone when you're riding in a train, you have to be able to talk to them, you get to know them, have a good time, and I think it turns it into a social event and helps that time pass by really quickly, which is great.
It's really a sport for holistic development. You have to think while you're riding your bike. It's very social. You'll always meet other people.
Cycling doesn't have to be anything huge. You can go out for a really easy mountain bike around our school ring road or into town. We've got heaps of different cycling pathways really near school, and take it as easy or as hard as you want to, really.
Everybody belongs, everybody's here for their own purpose, but for the purpose of the whole team as well. Having a facility like this, the velodrome, and some great trails and mountain bike tracks here in Cambridge means there's always an opportunity to ride your bike. I would be really...
The power to keep sport and recreation safe and fair
is in all of us.
As one team, we can help prevent harm, especially to our tamariki and rangatahi.
Harm can mean abuse, discrimination, or not playing it straight.
So if you see something that's not tika,
or need support raising integrity standards,
The Sport Integrity Commission, Te Kahuro Nui, is here to help.
out here.
In here.
Wherever we play.
Hey, so as you can see, we have track repairs going on. Unfortunately, it is part of racing. The new beautifully sanded track is getting a little bit of extra sanding. We had a crash right at the end of that women's Madison race, which which unfortunately took out, I think, the rider that was in second place at the time. So lots, Ryan Henson, Jared Mann, Russell Mann, Craig who works there. Great to have all these extra volunteers and riders that I'd normally expect to see at the elite mode. Jared Mann just returned a couple of days ago from racing in the US, and normally recommendation is not to go straight from a long flight into super intense racing, so he's just getting a little bit of time off. So once they are confident that there are no splinters left in that track, we will be back and under racing. So just a very steep section that they've been having to go up the wall on to do some repairs. So you're just seeing the tail end of it now. We had them standing a lot higher up the track, and they're just making sure that any little splinters or whatever have been put away, and we'll be back to racing shortly. Just a plug for Fresh Choice Leamington. We are partaking in some giant chocolate bickies that obviously they sell in that place. They are my perfect bicky of a crisp on the outside but soft in the middle. So if you ever see big chunky bickies at Fresh Choice Leamington, or possibly at other Fresh Choices around the place, highly recommended. Very tasty. Okay, track is repaired and we are back underway. So we're going to move to the men's Madison Chase. So Madison Chase is basically just a scratch race, or like any other normal bike race, first over the finish line takes the win. No points or anything along the way. So we've got 6 teams, in this race. Apex Insurance, blue, yellow, orange. We'll have to work out what colour that is. Track Cycling Nelson. So they'll be in the blue, possibly. The Laser, Palmerston North. So they're going to be in the black with red stripes, and green NRS are your teams. So Matt Corbett, Ethan Pepper, they are in Apex Insurance, which I have no idea what shirt that is. So you can see that yellow team in the front. I can't see their number from here, unfortunately. I think that's probably blue plus yellow orange, so that's Seth Campbell and Toby Lennartz. I'm going to go Track Cycling Nelson in blue, Noah Eden and Lucas Ipolotto. Hopefully I'm pronounced that correctly, apologies to family if I'm not. Then we've got Apex Insurance, third on the rail there in light blue, so that is in the blue and black. And that is Matt Corbett, Ethan Pepper. Sitting behind them, PMP team, Sean Clark, Kingsley McGilligan. And behind them, the green NRS, Eli Dimbley, Liam O'Day. And rounding out the field is the Laser team of Jack Madden and Sophie Maxwell, stepping up to double up right in the boys, Madison. So we've just got a small mechanical on the far side of the track. They're just sorting out a wheel that's come loose, presumably. So they're just working with a track spanner on the back of the wheel, and once we get that sorted, we will be underway. So we're just picking up the field at the moment. We've got Damien down there. We'll get him to run through the riders. Okay, so Cycling Nelson, red 13 is Lucas Opiloto. Sitting in front of him, 16. Okay, the yellow jersey is green NRS, so that got me confused. So that's Liam O'Day rolling away. Good Lord. Okay, so green is yellow. Okay, so when you see this go up on the points, the team that they are calling green is in the yellow shirts according to race numbers. Let's double check this as they come by now. Yep, that is correct. So the yellow team is going to be green on the scoreboard, and the green team is going to be blue, yellow, orange on the scoreboard. So 30 laps, 7.5K. So this is such an important event in the calendar. It's run for all development stuff now as one of the Olympic road races. So great opportunity for young riders to practice their changes and see others do the change around. You saw a couple of teams just deciding to skip doing that first change. I think it's Liam O'Day. He's pushing the pace on the front at the moment. Just wanting to get things off pretty quickly. It's called out Team 12. The green team is Seth and Toby Lennartz at this stage. So Laser team comes to make their change. So Sophie throws Jack Madden into the race. So Liam O'Day, he's just tapped away on the front pretty quickly for a number of laps. See him come through. Make a change now. We'll flick Eli Dimbley into the race. Field mainly still all together, just one team, just dropping, but that's all right. Still lots of chance for them to learn and practice their changes. Team 16 in the yellow shirts continue to keep the pressure on the front, everyone else working behind. Laser team throws Sophie Maxwell back into the race. Sophie using the chance to race with the fast boys here. So we've got 4 teams now pulling away. Sophie Maxwell from the laser team hits the front at the moment. She swings off. Green NRS in yellow. So Eli takes the front again, gives it another kick. Sorry, yep, Eli Dimbley. He comes through, he's going to throw Liam O'Day back in the race. And you've got track cycling Nelson. That is Noah Eden out there at the moment. As they come around to take a lap out of the team in the green shirts. That's in theory called blue, black, orange. Sophie throws Jack Madden back into the race. So remember, these riders are on a limited gear, so they get quite spun out quite easily. Jack closed that gap down quite quickly though. Change just happening at the back. That was Apex Insurance team doing a change. Matt Corbett back into the race. He'll want to get back in that draft as quick as he can. The race leaders come up to do another change. Eli Dimbley back into the race. Sophie Maxwell throwing back in as well. Nice hand sling between those two. And see, you need to do those quality changes, otherwise gaps open up. So Sophie just down in super aero position. Happy to follow behind. Seen cycling Nelson close that gap, get back up and onto them really quickly. That was Lucas who closed that gap down. Looked to tag his teammate. They missed that change or deliberately skipped that change, not sure which. But anyway, they're in that front 3. So Sophie continuing to ride through on the front. Liam O'Day thrown in the yellow shirts for the green NRS team. Sophie throwing Jack Madden in on the front. Oh, that was a stupid change by the Nelson boy. Sorry, don't mean to say that out loud. You've got to remember, for riders, you've got to be moving on the outside when a rider's coming through doing the change, not on the inside rider. Anyway, we've all got away with it. It's all part of the learning at the end of the day. So he's down chewing his handlebar, our rider in yellow there. I'm not sure he can get any lower. He's got a lot more flexibility than me. We're at about the halfway mark now. So Liam O'Day continuing to push on quite strongly, never looking for any help. Always happy to be on the front. Jack Madden happy to work with him. See Sophie going to angle down, accelerate up, thrown in by her teammate. Nice smooth change by them, no work to have to close that gap down. You can see how Sophie goes round the rider for that change. That's kind of the way it should be done. You always want to go on the outside. Another real fast surge of speed happening. So that's Eli on the front in yellow, going fast as he can. Sophie just staying on that wheel. Super comfy, swings up, goes no. I'm not wanting to do long turns. I'm happy to sit here on your wheel. Sophie throws Jacket into the race. So all the riders have to do is make contact. They don't actually have to do a full hand sling to throw, but obviously that means that the rider rejoining the race gets accelerated from the faster rider. So you'll see them try and use the banking to come down, accelerate, get up to a semi-similar speed so the hand sling can happen in a sensible manner. Track cycling Nelson, they do a change. So I think that's Noah back into the race. I'll just check as he comes by for those who are watching from further afield. It is. So that's your front three at the moment with 8 laps to go. Sophie Maxwell putting the pressure on now, opening up a little bit of a gap. Liam O'Day just out of the draft. He'll be able to change to his teammate now though. This is the rest of the field coming through. Eli attacks crazily. Sophie Maxwell just gets pushed. Sees him come right by her. So Sophie throws Jack back into the race. Jack's got a gap to have to close here. 5 laps to go this time. So that's your first and second place there. So Eli Dimbley in yellow. Jack Madden able to close and go by him. Rides smartly and goes right. I need to give a bit of a gap for when they come and attack Sophie. So Liam will now want to chase back. That's Jack Madden. Team Laser on the front, comes in, throws Sophie into the race. They've got a little bit of a gap, checks over his shoulder, swings up. Sophie has to swing wide. Rider's got to remember that before moving out. So it's 2.5 laps to go. Laser have a little bit of a gap. Jack should be riding slowly as he can to allow Sophie to come to him, and I'm sure that's what he's doing. So with about a lap to go, we're going to see a change between Sophie and Jack Madden. So here comes this change. Sophie comes around, throws Jack into the race. That's the little gap you can see over the yellow team. So as they come through to get the belt, in behind Liam O'Day is going to come to throw Eli Dimbley in yellow into the race, but they're going to be the straight down, so they'll take second. So the Laser team of Jack and Sophie, they end up taking that win comfortably after a great battle between a number of the teams. Second goes to the team in the yellow shirts, which was down as green NRS. So remember that for the rest of the weekend, because wear those shirts all weekend. So that's Eli Dimbley and Liam O'Day. And I have no idea who ended up third out there, so we'll let the commissaires confirm that rather than me getting that one wrong. Okay, so that is the B grade men's Madison Chase. Just covering what's happening for the rest of the morning's program. So we're going to see the A grade men's Madison Chase. Then we'll be into sprint quarterfinals. So we're doing nicely time-wise, so that was all sprints are due to kick off at about 1:24, so we are looking pretty on time here as we see one men's Madison group coming off and another one getting up onto the track. So we've got 6 teams in the A Madison. So let's pick up these teams we've got on the rail. So in the front, we run down the rail, gentlemen. I'll run down with that camera's fine. Okay, so up on the rail, we've got Remy Dalton. So he is in the New Zealand shirt. He is partnered on the other side by Oliver Keast. Just in behind him, Pista Corsa. That's Jack. Hang on, which Pista Corsa we've got? So blue Pista Corsa, I think that's Hunter Dalton and Daniel Grieve. Then in behind them, in the grey, and not on my list. Oh, there we go. Okay, so fast forward. So we've got Carter Payne there. Jonah Waters is on the backside. Then we've got other Pista Corsa team. That is going to be Riley Crampton, who we've got on this side, and Jack Allen. And then last rider I have there, what is that white shirt I haven't talked about? That's probably Zappy Racing, so I'm guessing that's either Angus or Levi. Oh, and green team, so we've got Devon Briggs and Nick Smith. So Nick has got a problem, so we'll just get that sorted. Nick looks like maybe he's had a spoke or something go, something's gone wrong, just telling the commissaires and they're just organising a solution. So Nick's got front wheel puncher, so he's also been doing the sprint events on carbon wheels. So they're just, his dad's quickly going to do a change there for us. Got on all the dads and assistants and mechanics and things. So we see most of the riders out here are riding spoked wheels. Nick's partner in green, part of the New Zealand para team, so they're letting him stay obviously on his disc wheel and 5-spoke by the looks. He mightn't have any normal wheels here, might be part of the problem. So Nick's just chucked on the 5-spoke he was using for this, or 4-spoke he was using for the sprints earlier. He does a big effort to get up the track in the big gear from a standstill. Good effort. All right, we will get this race underway. So same format, slightly longer this time, 40 laps or 10 kilometres for men's A. So Remy Dalton leads us around with the start gun. Riders on the back straight can head away. Big brother Hunter Dalton takes over on the front. He was at the Junior Worlds, might have been last year. So Remy throws his teammate Oliver Keyston. Riley Crampton and Jack Allen. So you've got a couple of combinations of the riders riding in the Junior World. So you've instantly seen the speed pick up this straight away. Remy Dalton, really strong young man. He's able to sort of pull and smash people up here. Comes through for their first change. So he's throwing Daniel Grieve. So big Jack Allen on the front at the moment. Meanwhile, the New Zealand team changes behind. Remy Dalton put back into the race. Happy to jump over Jack. A whole lot of changes going on further down the field. So Jack Allen shows Riley backing into the race. Got one team, Zappy, just off the back at the moment. Carter Payne pushing through over the front. So Carter Payne attacks, goes off the front. See the effort go in by Remy, lifting that speed, accelerating up as the others come in behind. Riley swings up, whole lot of changes. Nick Smoke throws Devon into the race. Carter Payne's throwing Jonah Waters into the race. Carter just rolling around on the blue as the race goes around the outside. You can see that little gap Carter's been able to open. So if you want a long change before you go out there, you ride around quickly. If you want a quick change, you ride around there slowly. We saw Carter go really slowly, indicating he's wanting to give Jonah just a short turn, get some changes in the bunch. So it was the main Pista Corsa team, so I think that's Daniel Grieve thrown back into the race. New Zealand team, Remy Dalton going back in. Jonah throws Carter Payne back on onto in the grey top onto the back of the group. Got some changes happening far and wide. Just a shoulder tap the way things happened. Remy Dalton looks like he's getting out of the seat to accelerate. We've had 10 laps in. Looking to see if he can mix it up a bit, keep the pace honest. So it's Riley Crampton on his wheel. So we've got certainly 5 teams all in there at the moment. New Zealand team make a change in front. So Oliver Keese swings off. A few changes going on around. So Jack Allen thrown in at the front of the race by his teammate. Group of 4. Oliver Keese throws Remy Dalton back in, so I'd expect Remy to, sorry, wrong team. Daniel Grieve throws Hunter Dalton back in, and so Hunter shows his class and closes down that gap really quickly. So Carter Payne throwing Jonah Waters into the race now. So we've got riders very high and wide here. Some interesting manoeuvres happening. But Pista Corsa green, Riley Crampton, Jack Allen, they obviously wanted to do an attack from high. Tried. Riley has a look behind as they've come back together. Oliver Keese thrown back in the race, he swings up. Daniel Grieve on the front at the moment. Carter Payne comes down in, he's going to change with Jonah Waters on the back. Devin Briggs swings up and says, I want to be back on the line a bit here, save a little bit of energy. It's been pretty quick, as Madison's are. So Devin throws Nick Smith in on the front. Do you want to join me on a headset? Okay, meanwhile, in the front, New Zealand team, they're going to come through, make a change. Remy Dalton backing into the race. Carter Payne going really well. A couple of years younger than these other boys. Doing a good job out there. There's 5 teams continuing to tick away very quickly as we come to the halfway mark. So Carter throws his teammate, Jonah Waters in front in the grey. So Hunter Dalton just in behind him. He's going to throw Daniel Grieve into the mix. So team going through the motions. Lots of changes happening. Jonah got caught out slightly with the way that change happened. He was following the rider that was going to be slowing, had to flick around and re-accelerate. He's got to try and get himself back in the group. Meanwhile, there is an attack off the front. So that's Pista Kerin. So that is Riley Crampton, super fast young Otago boy. off to Junior Worlds, out there testing his legs. So green team's coming down. We're going to see 2 changes. Remy Dalton thrown in the back, Jack Allen thrown in at the front. Nick Smith following them nicely. And just in behind Hunter Dalton, he's going to try and turn on the afterburners to close this gap, as is Carter Payne. So you've got those 3 in front and 2 pretty classy riders in terms of the pairing trying to close that gap down. It's going to be hard work from here. So swing up in the front. Hunter Dalton throws Daniel Grieve into the race. Daniel should be able to get onto that wheel now. Fast forward team in grey, good ride by Jonah. He's got himself back into the mix as well after that attack. It's a good effort by him. A lot of these guys have had a lot of racing. They've potentially had North or South Island schools, North or South Island track champs. Now chucking in NTS as well. It's a big week of racing for a lot of these young riders who are still at school. Jonah throws Carter Payne back in. 11 laps to go for the field. Still 5 teams all in it. Up front, Devon's going to throw Nick Smith into the race. We saw him doing sprints earlier on. No one wants to be on the front at the moment. Daniel Grieve throws Hunter Dalton into the race. New Zealand team to a change at the front. Remy Dalton back in. Here we go. Hunter Dalton comes around the outside looking like he might try and see if he can push or make a change, or maybe just wanted to position himself for the change that was happening in behind. Certainly got to be constantly looking and thinking with all these changes. Green team comes in. Next throws Devon back into the race. Hunter Dalton still sitting on the front there at the moment. Zappy Racing done a great job. Got themselves back up and onto the front here. Hunter throws Daniel Grieve. Rider from the South Island on the front. New Zealand team make a change. So Devon Briggs on the front at the moment. Swings off. Pops back into the line. Everyone's starting to think about the sprint. No one wanting to do too much work at this stage. 6 laps to go. They went pretty hard pretty early. And after all the weeks racing they've all had, they're all a bit tired looking at this stage. Trying to manage their effort. So Riley Crampton on the front at the moment. Followed by Oliver Keast. 2 boys from the South Island, from Canterbury, that know each other well. Riley calls out to Remy so they can organise a change. Gives them a good strong throw in. Instantly attacks things off. Remy jumps and lifts that pace. Has a look behind him, seeing if he's opening any gaps. 3 laps to go, 750 metres. Seeing riders swing up. Thinking about accelerating. Jack Allen thrown into the race. He's going to come through and go over the top. Devon and Nick aren't able to make a change, so Nick just has to jump into the race. Carter Payne in grey, doing a great job to try and get back on terms. Got the New Zealand boys just sitting behind him. But Jack Allen launched his effort at a really good time. He's got a gap over the field. That is Oliver Keast coming back to him now. But Jack Allen, what am I calling them? Pista Green? I'll call them Pista Green. Jack Allen, Riley Crampton, they will come through and take it out. Good ride by them. Very much all close together, right till the end. And then you saw, let's say, Jack Allen, when they did the change, they were high on the track, came through, instantly hit the bunch of speed, able to drop down and take the win. The New Zealand track team of Remy Dalton and Oliver Keast, they picked up second. So that ends the endurance racing for this morning. We have now got another round of sprint quarterfinals, and then we've got a mixed para elimination to follow that. So, have I got start sheet for this next one? Yes, we do. Okay, we're mixing it up. We have got 3 up sprints. So something a little bit different. 4 in each category. So what have they called this? The quarterfinals. The winners will go through to the semi-finals from each of these groups of 3. So we'll just let them change the timing of bits and pieces over, and then we'll get underway. So we see we're going to see 3 sprinters come through here. I'm just trying to organise times for everyone. All right, so in this first one, we've got Chase Wilkinson. He is sitting position 1, number 22. He's on the grey bike. Toby Lennartz, he is in the middle, number 95, with sort of the red top on there. And Matai Reid, fastest out of this group of 3. He is in the Hillcrest High skin suit, rolling out with the aero wheels on the back. So for the riders who have looked at qualifications, Chase Wilkinson and Matai were the closest in terms of 12 and 12.5 seconds, and Toby just a little bit in behind them. So challenge of being the group of 3 is you can be so busy watching one person thinking you don't need to worry about the other. So Matai needs to think here. He cannot give Chase too big a gap. Chase, okay, Matai's got a problem. So something's happened. So meanwhile, at the front, that is Chase, who got a big gap while everyone was doing the balancing, jumped away. Matai must have pulled a wheel or something, so he's had to pull out. He's frustrated. Chase is going to come round to get the bell. If he has a look behind him, he will realise he's got this in the bag. Against the run of form, he's only worried about looking forward. He's continuing to roll around. He will take the win quite nicely. He was aware that maybe somebody would be coming. Probably didn't even get to see Matai come off the track there the way that was. So it was unlucky for Matai. Pulled the rear wheel, unfortunately not done tight enough. Looks like that look frame maybe doesn't have those things that stop the wheel slipping. It's a bit of bad luck for him. Chase takes the win. Toby for second. So we've got 4 of these, what are they, semi-finals, quarterfinals? Quarterfinals. See semi-finals and finals this evening. Hey, so one person we haven't thanked, so big thank you to Mr. Payne for organising all this VeloX live stream, organising volunteers and bits and pieces to get these pictures to you. So if you have a YouTube subscription and you'd like to click the like, he always appreciates that feedback. And if you know anyone who has family racing here but maybe don't know about it, feel free to share the link. Facebook or email people directly or whatever it is so they can pick up the racing. So thank you to Damien Payne for the VeloX live stream. Okay, up next we've got Logan Dixon, Fletcher Hamilton and Sarah Hartstone. So I missed writing down the times in the beginning, so I don't have Sarah Hartstone sprint time, but the other two, Logan Dixon and Fletcher Hamilton, very, very close at 12 and 12.2. So Fletcher Hamilton, he leads us away. He's in that Hillcrest High School kit again, so hopefully he has more luck than his teammate Matai pulled a wheel. Logan up next in that Cambridge High kit. And then you've got Sarah, who's rolled through in the yellow, red and white from Southland. She takes the lead now. Boys spectating in behind. 2 and a bit laps to go. So just 6 more sprints. So Logan looks like he wants to take control from the front. Fletcher's got some height here though. He's going to use that to come up and over on the back banking and drop down. Sarah contesting really closely with Logan. But a good jump by Fletcher, so he's got himself a gap. Logan trying to chase back onto him. Sarah there in 3rd place. So Logan, can he close the gap? Can he use those faster wheels and roll into this draft? He's got a much bigger gear on than Fletcher. It's going to come to the line. We will let the commissaires call that one. Logan was certainly running at Fletcher with a lot of extra speed there. We might even be able to get you a replay of how close that got at the end. Is that an easy one to put a replay up, or is it? No, sorry, team. We're working on it's a new replay feature, so we have to remember to click it just after it happened, and it'll give us the last 15 seconds. But yeah, good close sprint between those 3. Unlucky for Sarah to go up against all the boys. Okay, so next up, Minnie Collins is going to be up against Quinn Stowe and Ewan Rodway. Quinn and Minnie very, very close in terms of qualifying. And Ewan Rodway, it looks like he's drawn position 2, just a touch behind them. So Minnie Collins in blue, looks like she's drawn position 1. So Dylan Day, sprinter, now sprint coach as well, bringing her up. Not sure who Minnie's coach is, whether now she's up here in training in Cambridge, whether she's getting some help and coaching from Dylan. Jared Mann, just come back from overseas, young sprinter from Hamilton here, so he's helping out this weekend. Nice to see him holding rider 2, which I think was Ewan. And rider 3, Quinn Stowe, one of our power riders who's in the mix. And so he draws position 3, where he's going to start, but not where he wants to finish. So Minnie leads us away. So 2 riders in black. Ewan is on the white Avanti. Stowe just pushing through now in the Counties Manukau kit. Pushes right up onto Minnie's wheel. So those two potentially would have looked at the qualifying times, known that they were 1 and 2. Seeing if they can get away with just marking each other and not Ewan at this stage, but they need to be careful for that surprise. As they get the bell, sprint hasn't really opened up completely yet. Minnie gets out of the seat, control that sprinter line. Quinn's going to come round the outside. He's just got too much power on that back straight. He jumps over the top of her. Able to use some extra power on the acceleration, so he'll come through and get the win and go through for the semi-final. So winners go through for the 1 to 4 semis, and then the balance of the field will go through to fight out places 5 to 8. And just one more round of the B grade sprint finals to go. So coming up on the track, we're going to see Erin Green, Hazel Gardner and Quinn Zhang. Pretty close here in terms of time. Quinn and Erin nothing in it, and Hazel just half a second in behind. But in a 3-up sprint, anything can happen. So great to see all these normal sprinters we see competing. Ryan Russell brings up Erin in red. She's drawn position 2. Position 1 has gone to Quinn. Jared Mann helping him, and Dylan Day bringing up Hazel Gardner. Shout out and thank you to our young camera operators helping us out. Quinn in white leads away, Erin in red in 2, and Hazel in the TL Mutu green, yellow and black kit draws position 3. So they can't essentially eliminate anyone here. They need to keep an eye on everyone. Should make this a pretty competitive, even sprint. Lots of moving around, but nothing happening yet. So Hazel kind of moved from the back to the front. She's got height and pace. Quinn's looking to accelerate down the bottom. Meanwhile, both ladies have gone for the height approach. They've lost some metres on the corner as Quinn accelerated. So he's got a good handy gap. Based on them being so even in speed, can the girls get this back? So Hazel's run into Erin's wheel nicely, but Quinn is clear out in front at the moment. He's got 5-6 bike lengths, so he will take the win. And Erin will just get over Hazel. Nice ride, Quinn. While they were all running high, thinking about using the banking, got to remember there's a lot more metres distance to be covered up high when you're running a group race. So when you throw it that wide, if you essentially, at that point when everything's accelerating, you need to watch you don't lose a lot of metres, which is what happened while they were able to use the banking and accelerate. They had unfortunately left it a little bit late and let a gap open up there, I think is what the coaches would be saying. Okay, and we move into the A grade sprints now. This one is going to be a good, close, even battle. So up there at the moment, Rory Ford. So he is the slower of the three. The next two, Cooper Nilsson, New Zealand Junior Sprint Champ, 10.3 I think it was for him today. Kaiola, 10.5 in qualifying. So very close, but in a 3-up sprint, anything can change. Kyle looks like he is keen to move up pretty quickly. Didn't want to be in position 3. You'd almost go, you think position 2 is the one where you've got to look forward and backwards. Maybe makes that hard work. Moving around a lot. Kyle has got a lot of track craft. He is used to going all over the show, not afraid to look in both directions. Cooper just trying to think about how to position himself accordingly. Both boys laying off Rory at the moment. Kyle now looks like he is opening the sprint up, leaving it the long way around, making it hard for Cooper to get it into the gap. Cooper decided he's going to go high on the straight and look to drop down. Kyle's lulled him onto his wheel, and now he's going to try and accelerate on the back straight. They're going to go dead even. This is going to be even as Cooper's going to come around. Remember, he was slightly faster. He's got the high banking run. He will run to the line. Cooper takes Kyle. Good ride by Rory in third. Very hard against those two. Kyle, right from the start. Let's grab a rewind of that one maybe. It's on the screen now for you, so I should look. So Kyle opened the sprint up. Cooper was high over the start-finish straight, dropped down and was able to jump back and come round. If we can do that, is that possible? So here you go. So that was that back straight drag race where Cooper and Kyle neck and neck. Cooper was just able to power up and over. And if you come around the corner like that, where you've got a little bit of extra speed if you're running alongside, plus the height, you will take it to the line every time. Great sprint. Thank you. Look at that skills that they gave us, that replay. With Sean helping us on camera as well as running that sort of things for us. Okay, so next up, we've got Flynn Underwood, Sterling Crackman and Leo Henderson. So Flynn in qualifying, he was a good bit faster than these other two younger boys. And look, so Sterling and Leo are great up-and-coming young riders, but Flynn really coming along nicely since he was at Junior Worlds a year or two ago. He went 10.16 today. We know the track is not running fast because it's cold in here, and so that was a great time put up by Flynn. So Sterling's drawn position 1. He was just under the 11-second mark. Young rider Leo Henderson, he might even be under 15. He's definitely under 17. So he has drawn position 2 in the Te Aomuru kit and doesn't have the fast wheels on that you see with the other two. And then Flynn Underwood rounding out the position 3 in the Te Aomuru kit. And he's got the disc wheels on if you're working out which Te Aomuru rider is which. So Flynn certainly favoured to win, but the two young boys will make him work for it. So same format for these quarterfinals. Winners go through to semis, and the other part of the field go around to race for the smaller placings. So the other two trying to see where Flynn is, knowing he's got the speed. Sterling's opening the speed up. Leo's keeping on his wheel, but Flynn's dropped really high. Flynn's going to come round, kick in on the straight. Sterling Crackman. So Flynn now, that's the speed difference. That is what 1 second looks like between sprinters. So great sprint by the young boys, but just Flynn Underwood, too much speed, and that's kind of what a second looks like. It's just that massive speed difference. Look at that pass he can make on that back straight. So it's amazing how just fractions of a second are just such a massive speed difference. Great to be able to have that replay feature. I am loving the replay feature for the spectators. Every edition, Damo just makes the live stream that little bit better. Okay, penultimate quarter-final sprints. Jackson Russell, fastest of the 3 qualifiers here. He is in the Tiamutu kit. Luke's going to be holding him. Looks like he's drawn position 1. Vilai Tuatoni, he is in the black Counties Manukau kit, and rounding out the field, Loan Edwards, he is in the white. I'm not sure, it's like a Team New Zealand alternative kit. I don't know quite what that kit is. So Ryan Russell, young sprinter from Hamilton, bringing him up, helping out today. And I've said it several times, but it is great to see all these sprinters that have had many holders over the years helping out with all the holding while they're not racing this weekend. It's fantastic to see. Oh, no. Take it back. Velo looks like he is drawn position 1, Jackson in position 2. So I expect something similar to the last race where Jackson will want to get through cleanly. Again, we've got the scenario here where Cycling New Zealand may have restricted Jackson's gearing to make this a challenge rather than being able to use a straight speed difference. So Flynn's not part of the pre-HP program at this stage, so he wouldn't have that gearing restriction. He could set the gear he wants, but we'll see what happens with Jackson out there. Jackson's got such good leg speed though that it's not really going to affect him too greatly. So Jackson decides to move to the front, maybe ride it like a Kerin, have control. All 3 are moving around, swapping order and placing all the time. Leon Edwards looks like he's going to maybe open it up first, but Jackson just drops down on the inside. Vilai happy to be in 3rd wheel following. So Luan has opened the sprint up. Jackson will just watch what sort of gearing have they put him on. I'm sure he should be able to come back through here, but he's having to work for it. So now Jackson just accelerates in the last part, only maximing out that res for the last half of a lap, maybe last quarter of a lap. So Jackson takes the win comfortably. Good attack and launch. You see Jackson here just accelerate, even though he's just left it to the last part, going around the outside on the corner, then running down that home straight. Keeps it nice and tight, doesn't go any more than he needs to. Good ride by Vilai, being right there with him. So, final sprint of the day coming up, and then there is just one more race of this morning session after that, which is a mixed elimination. Great work by everyone. We are back to running about 5 minutes ahead of schedule after the delays with the crash this morning, so that is great to see. So, Liam Kavanagh, Tiamutu colours, fastest qualifier, looks like he's drawn position 1. Just in behind him, Nick Smith, who will either be very well warmed up or a little bit tired. We saw him doing the Madison earlier, and then rounding out the field in the blue New Zealand kit, New Zealand power rider Devon Briggs. So Liam and Devon have come through the whole velodrome since it opened together. Known each other for a long time, have been friends. So Nick Smith, still, what is he, under 19 at this stage. So you see Liam running the sprint handlebars, the other 2 boys running endurance handlebars. But mixing it up for this weekend and riding sprint events. So they'll be happy to watch Liam, these 2, but who knows what gear again Cycling New Zealand has put Liam on as part of keeping it even. Jackson was able to use it smartly, but he's got good leg speed. Now if Liam's got a small gear on, he might be happy to just see it start like this and just have an acceleration thing at the end. Devon probably thinks, I'm smarter than this. I've got a long sprint, but I don't have the jump that a classic sprinter has. So Liam's normally relatively happy riding a Kerin from the front, so potentially happy to ride the sprint from the front as well. So they come through and get the bell this time. Liam opens up the sprint now, not giving it too much gas yet. Gets out of the seat on the back straight. He kicks away. Devon and Nick, they're going to have a very even battle for second place here. Liam's going to roll through to take the win. Can Nick roll Devon? No, Devon stays happy in second place. So that's your 1, 2, 3 and how the last of the morning sprints finish out. So we'll see Cooper, Flynn, Jackson and Liam will be your top 4 going through to contest for the semi-finals later on today. So racing starts back again at, where is that time? So 5 o'clock is the first event this evening, women's elimination, followed by men's elimination, and maybe the sprints get underway at about 5:30. There's the provisional program. My wife will have a clash watching sprint or watching the All Blacks. Probably will stay at home and have 2 TVs going. Normally we might have gone Italy with easy beats. I know Japan beat them last week, but they went very well in the 5 Nations. So we'll see whether they've brought down a full stack team. Let me see if I've got a start list for this next race. Do you want any more food? Do you want biscuits and stuff? Help yourself, mate. Devon straight out on the track, no break for him. I'm just saying I don't have a field for this. So this is all the power riders coming together for an elimination. Men and women, sprint and endurance, older and younger, all lining up. Now the one person you never want to do this against was Devon Briggs, who is at blue right at the front. He is a very cunning elimination rider. He is very good at holding a rider just on the inside, meaning that they can't get out, can't come round for the win. So Lindsay File leads us away, Devon Briggs on his wheel. Then that was Siobhan, Nicole behind her. Then Luan that we just saw in a sprint earlier. Thomas Sasbo in the green Morrinsville kit. And Ewan Rodway. And the black top rounds out our field. So elimination, if you haven't seen it before, they will get the bell probably on the next lap around, and then the last rider, judged by their back wheel over the line each time, will be eliminated until there's just 2, in which case we will come down to a match sprint. So Lindsay File on the front, in the Te Aomuru kit, Masters rider about my age, which is over 50 people. Lindsay might be a touch older than me. Right down to young Thomas, who is very much a teenager in this field. So Thomas thinking, how can he get round? They're going to be 5 or 6 wide as they go around this corner. Makes it hard down the back. Ewan Rodway in black, can he come round? It's always tricky on the inside. Number 7, Ewan Rodway eliminated. So Thomas is on the back. Lindsay File continues to be happy to just sit on the front. No one drafting off him, no one wants to be boxed on the inside. Nicole Shields pushing on the outside. Siobhan making sure she keeps that second position. Devon unusually is a little bit boxed for Devon. This is unlike Devon. What is Devon's plan? Devon trying to get himself into a gap. He pushes the girls aside. Thomas comes out this time. Devon lived very dangerously there. Right, so Lindsay, it's hard work when you're pushing it on the front like that to keep that going. So Siobhan in blue, no, Nicole in the front at the moment from Devon. Lindsay a bit boxed on the inside, needs to think about a way to come round. Can he re-accelerate and get back up? So Nicole on the front from Devon. No, Siobhan is on the front. So Nicole Shields, she's boxed on the inside. Can she pull up and sit close? Or is Lindsay File going to be able to come around the outside and push her? No, Lindsay will be eliminated this time. So Siobhan, she leads on the front. Nicole now just pushing up inside her. Devon will find himself a way around. He's done so many of these. Often raced them amongst other able competitors or masters here time and time again over the years. So Siobhan is now on the back. Nicole pushing hard on the front. Siobhan looks like she might be stuck in that position 4. She's going to get eliminated this time. Devon checks over his shoulder. So Nicole tapping away on the front, but doing a lot of work. We saw Luann Edwards in second position and Devon both doing the sprint races just before. I'll expect them to open up if they've got anything left in their legs. And Nicole keeps pushing. It's a pretty solid pace. Luann now pushing over here on the back straight. Nicole looks around outside and said, what have I got to do here? Can I keep in the mix? Devon's going to have to push it on this home straight to get over the top. And he does that, so Nicole will be eliminated this time, and the 2 boys come down to a match sprint. So Luann leading Devon. He swings up, Devon follows him. Devon now boxes him into the rail, taking control. Running it like a match sprint, smart thinking by Devon. Don't have to drop to the sprinter's line, so Devon can just run in a straight line here. Luann showing some power. Good pull by Devon. Devon's able to open the gap up. Devon's going to ride away with this one. Both riders just competing individual sprints. Maybe Luann just had a slightly more tiring one, so he'll take second. Devon takes the win. Okay, so that rounds out the morning program. We are back on racing at 5. Big thank you to Damien and VeloX for bringing the live stream. Remember, if you have a YouTube account, if you can click like and subscribe, he would really appreciate that. And want to thank Landmark Homes. So a big thank you to them and Jack at Landmark Homes. If you want to build a house, build a landmark, we appreciate them being the naming sponsors for today. And we'll see you back at 5 o'clock.